In US, the word last dance, whenever it comes to mind, people think about Michael Jordan in 1997-98. But Asamoah Gyan wants a last dance with the Black Stars in Qatar 2022, citing an example of Roger Miller and Cameroon in 1994. Christian Atsu has come out to support the former Black Stars captain that Otuado and the Ghana Football Association should grant the request of the legend to be part of the team in Qatar. What do you think about this request of Asamoah Gyan? Let me hear from you on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. But follow me as I get interesting answers to this request on the streets of Accra at Nkommo Wo Ho. My name is Stella Shanelly, and this is another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Asamoah Gyan is not ready to hang his boot. He wants to be part of the squad who will make the trip to Qatar 2022. Should Asamoah Gyan be added to the squad or not? Already, Christian Atsu is out giving his support to his former captain that he should be added to the squad. In his own words, give him his last wish. Asamoah Gyan, you find him call World Cup maybe?
Oh, Chairman, you find him call.
On board for about 2 years, Emma Black Stars.
Oh, and yeah, no credit, but she says on agents of a cordia, need night training. So I just say, go football, you can't maybe play football without training. So I just say, so training air hard so be quap or see maybe enquire on the pitch and so I just say maybe some technical support to be now waiting them at team call maybe say Argentina for Aguero and your moko because him say recently
but say Aguero no. Aguero is not going as a footballer, he's going as a backroom staff. But Asamoah Gyan, they also oye training for the past 1 or 2 months. Also oye training, say he will be in good shape to make the trip to Qatar. And like I said, young 26-man squad in Hong Kong.
And I miss me say, Asamoah Gyan it's not about only on the page talk about Hong Kong. You see on technical support. So what I say, because do a beer off the pitch, you know, you be in support. I'm a Nkommo when go. Obi say Asamoah Gyan or a young, God nekwa or only experience biya Black Stars in him. So I just Antoine Sommer na wabano only experience biya. Where Jordan you now? You rely on Jordan you because recently match is now all born. You won't be biya also. There are things that as a more than yet nekwa ebe buayen as a team no. So I just and a technical team na kan so then. Ebe sna then abomo. So I think Asamoah Gyan there. So they ready nkwa there. I see technical team no them. Because your team they experienced players there then. Because we team you we had 2010 team now. You come World Cup now. You see player be a home this year.
Asamoah Gyan.
Yeah. And we have Asamoah Gyan records our World Cup so wow. Only media dance say experience no ho. But me then abwayen. So I just we had the last tournament of Koya one go be now. You need to see you need Tunisia. So I just say Asamoah Gyan there by who group. I see a team no ho. So and I'm with you so to out in back home. Alright, so it's a yes for him. Asamoah Gyan should be added to the squad for 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar November. What do you think? Let me hear from you in the comment section. So the question today is simple, yes or no. You can provide explanations. Asamoah Gyan wants to do the last dance with the Black Stars in Qatar. Should we accept him or invite him to be part of the squad or not? Many wunya odi kayakasa or say yemfa Asamoah Gyan and count if we say in modern war Asamoah Gyan any Jordan moye your national team no there Asamoah Gyan betumi aye bebre yemfa ne count ko
oh David
am I yemfa ne count Adentina Ghana your Africa's all-time top scorer World Cup or say sisiano or your training so bekobi o say am I yemfa ne ko
oh Asamoah Gyan no wanyi na your good players or ha omo buy almost so omo beden o betimi abo far better than Asamoah Gyan be yen hu ni ntia Ghana hanse no yenim say some yenisika some say den o mo fa that players ni yeden enko be good and quality players o no betimi den abo more than Asamoah Gyan kra nti Asamoah Gyan dey Asamoah Gyan why no kwa na why fat nti
but so say o ye training
say we nya school team ni ye den ye kobo eno why den wa kono no ma fasi duro bi ama na ye da fo ase say o ko den o no ma so ati na o da kobo bo da bi te se kro to mi ka kwa na tu ni ye den ye wo so nti Asamoah Gyan dey ye dey yesre na on tra bench man na ye fa good players ni ye den enkom la ni enko try am so ye hu se ne almost strength ye den etie.
Alright, so it's a no for him. We will try and then we will speak to other Ghanaians about this this particular issue. It's Asamoah Gyan in the news after speaking to the BBC. The Africa all-time top scorer at the FIFA World Cup says he wants to do a last dance with the Black Stars. Boss, you GhanaWeb TV. So Asamoah Gyan say World Cup no opeso Kobe. Yan fan nko anase yan kan chane say dia waye na ye on trafi.
Also no fan nko.
Yan fan Asamoah Gyan nko. Adentina ofese dia Asamoah Gyan nko.
Also me player me bobo. Nti nimpa na wenyi no. Obetuma abo. Oni de da anonim de da obebo no. Nti obetuma abo no adinkunimde aba Ghana.
Nti yan fan Asamoah Gyan
nko.
Alright, so it's 2 against 1. Let me come here. It's 2 against 1. It's getting heated. You can see what's going on here. Asamoah Gyan wants to be part of the Black Stars for Qatar 2022. But I will go and speak to all of them. But I have my 2 guests here. Boss, Asamoah Gyan, and then some of the two or BBC in the same. What shall I say on your training? Or per se on your last dance with the Black Stars in Qatar. You're fan of World Cup and I say my fan.
In any day, Asamoah Gyan was a funny call.
Yes, Asamoah Gyan.
Yes, if you say Ghana, and yeah, about age, you know. Asamoah Gyan only since Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Oh, Ghana, you pay only USA. David, in any day, here, Asamoah Gyan. Yeah, Asamoah Gyan, obey so experience. I'm going to say the enemy, but the experience one part, another one way. Better a difference. None of the day, here, Asamoah Gyan.
Yeah, but people can say, yeah, the Inaki Williams about Asamoah Gyan or Berry.
Inaki Williams, who one is Inaki Williams?
Oh, a top player, I said, in Abaso, on fire and co-worker.
I feel on Usuba, Yenimuno. But there's a Mabaya or Bono. Imagine you walk Kamavinga or Marido, never look a moderate more. But in any day, Kamavinga no Bono, but you have been too. The ball commodity because of experience. Here's a Majan. Here goes. Yeah.
Alright, so we need goals. That is why we need Asamoah Gyan in Qatar 2022. What do you also think? Is it time that we give him the last opportunity with the Black Stars or not? Let me hear from you in the comment section. And then Asamoah Gyan any BBC Nkommo and I would say for the past 2 months, why you training so I crowd is a last dance. Young fan call a Qatar World Cup. When they are joining and I say Christian too. And so at the better time Asamoah Gyan she say or so be quiet man for when we are doing.
Me no mo nya dwen. Say young boys neighbor. You when I was say you planning for future you Black Star. Okay. So I say and you say you the body to see here the here. I say build the team this kwala so mo baro. I say we Gyan fine we be there we but if you are as a technical team, the waiting me, waiting me like a but say or could be as a food there, so bobo there, me no one journey. But on my no mudim common, I'm say, someone what to me, boy, you're bound to me. It been quite so among the last time. Yes, 2022 Black Star striker and Shea go in a competitive game. And not a man for opening say for Janumba. John, I said, you say, I can't even new stage, get me qualify. One minute say, I to be qualified for World Cup. Midfielders in defenders. Hey, you want to meet me, Juman, and I'm most strikers. You're gonna your strikers will be outside. Move from Munya, Tempia Munya, you know, your dead horse now. Be of this young for no. One my young guys, no quite almost when you're there, MOB. Never Black Star, no, that should be a name. Okay, sir. It's a no for him. Let me find out from this man to Asamoah Gyan. Young fan call World Cup now. Say Yaman Trafi.
To me, the Yaman Trafi.
Yaman Trafi. I didn't because 1994, Rojamela, no way Jaibo born and so. Indomitable Lions, so air corner. You didn't call it. Into Argentina Black Stars and so. Young for Asamoah Gyan.
To me, the Yaman Trafi. Because you say me team over. When American football no about so be fit. Okay. So we need him more. Okay. Job call the uncle Jawomo. Don't come on advice.
Uncle as a technical team member. Sir. But say 26-man squad in the day.
Levi omoyini nsinchen. Company for no man kolana advice. Sana me ma dwen kire me.
Nti wo GD say your call cap na Inaki Williams ne Jordan ne afane on betumi aye adwuma na mai.
On be ye.
Especially
Nika Williams. I mean, La Liga, no? Okay. Or very good. Okay. The man a chance at that chamber boy.
Inaki Williams will do the job for Ghana in Qatar 2022. So if Asamoah Gyan wants to be part of the trip, he should be part as a member of the technical team, not as a player. So far, it seems that the street is supporting Baby Jet Asamoah Gyan in his request to be part of the 2022 FIFA World Cup squad. Mami Faumbrem, and sorry, BBC for the interviewer. Omani Asamoah Gyan Abba Bontia Gyan Echo say, "What's your training as ya?" Or 2022 World Cup no Okobi. If you say Yadiro Jamela Ekoe 1994 there say Ghana so yes amano.
Here masa Okobi. Because Asamoah Gyan oye player bia like oni boma emu slow. Seriously. Side near Asamoah Gyan onye di bia keko. Ana impo ma me fo browafo kokrafo Sagana bobo na so ba Asamoah Gyan edua obia nya odo betena TV hu hebi se ko Asamoah Gyan nti odo ama team no na wanti bi ne nyamanyama bi nti ana ma ne de abufu e resign ja bobo ba so o e train so be ko bia o deserve so Okobi sanko fa enti say the Asamoah Gyan kwa striker ben e yenja no fi o mo yenja the day you need ni Jordan ni oni ni Jordan so han yenyi o mu sin chakra sa Ghana e pese bobo ko eni bu pa wallahi e say yi sanko fo ni me nu sin Asamoah Gyan ba ni Asamoah Gyan ba Asamoah Gyan obo ache o still fit na dey enti me ba o kronfo say o sabodam ni yare kra do de be hunu kra de dey a wo ho enti Asamoah Gyan betima ya adwuma no simple kra betima ya adwuma no because no that still na o say o jai ball body but still na o do adema Ghana football so ata say enti ama Asamoah Gyan embra no me bobo ni bi. Alright, so we should give Asamoah Gyan the opportunity to do a last dance with the Black Stars. Boss, my phone Sumbrem. Asamoah Gyan, you fan in World Cup na say my fan.
Me to me the Asamoah Gyan no more fan unko. No more fan unko. Because Asamoah Gyan a player be original game wa. Kale even support from outside this thing crampono to me ma win to me back. Okay. Support to me ma we crowd to me here then. Who to me share opponent for near with Nyama and I supporting Asamoah Gyan war in Ghana Blast time no. Za Nkrofo bi mu crampo na mo sunti na Asamoah Gyan de bufu free mu crampo no. Omo ni sa support no Enfama Blaster. Enti Asamoah Gyan free Blaster no enti na say game no aye Blaster na be slow. Enti Asamoah Gyan ehia no bag bio. Okay.
And it say Blasters no striker ye Antoine Semenyo. Ye Jordan Ayew. Ye Inaki Williams. Sa striker any Afene Gyan. See the Asamoah Gyan kan wa some man say na in one name
for Jordan Tenasi.
Yen for Jordan Tenasi.
Yeah, because yen pen collabol bia.
Yen penti yen for Jordan Tenasi.
Yen for Jordan Tenasi. Yen pen mature game. Yen pen omo ye mature betumi adi game mama e.
That's a big ask for from this gentleman that if Asamoah Gyan is ready to go to Qatar, then Otuado should drop Jordan Ayew, who is playing week in, week out for Crystal Palace, and then also for Asamoah Gyan in Qatar. It's getting interesting here on the streets of Accra. Let me hear from you in the comment section. Should we add Asamoah Gyan to the squad, or we should tell him that he has already done enough? He should allow the young men to also take over from him. We are also asking Ghanaians about the request of Baby Jet Asamoah Gyan. He's Africa's all-time top scorer at the FIFA World Cup. Today, he made a request that he wants to be part of the squad in Qatar. We are finding out from Ghanaians whether we should grant him his request or not. Good morning. Thanks for joining us here on GhanaWeb TV. Asamoah Gyan wants to be part of the squad in Qatar. Should we add him or not?
Good afternoon to our cherished listeners and viewers. My opinion differ from others.
Okay.
We have to look at his outputs.
Okay.
If you look at Ghana, for that matter, GFA or Ghana Black Stars, our players retire early, and in which Asamoah is not an exceptional.
Okay.
If you look at his performance in the country, if you ask me, it is not encouraging.
Yeah, but
if say he's going there just to boost morale of the other junior team members, then I have no issue. But if it's going there for us to get any kind of output, and I say one ball, you understand? Yeah. I don't see him going to create any magic in that team. But he can go there as somebody who can trigger the players, who can motivate them.
As a member of the technical team.
That one, I have no problem.
But not as a player. Yep. Your brother said that he is in between. He should be. He should make the trip to Qatar, but not as a player, but as a member of a technical team or management committee. What's your opinion on this issue?
Good afternoon, all. Yeah. My opinion is that for Asamoah Gyan, he has now made his term. Yeah. He made his term because I'm looking at him for now that his energy is not like the young boys who are now. As he said, I'll support what he said, that he can go and give them morale. For that one, I'll support it. For the field there, he should reserve for that one, for the young boys to come in.
Alright, so you heard from them. Let me hear from you in the comment section as far as this conversation is concerned. So the big ask on this episode of the Sports Debate is the request of Baby Jet Asamoah Gyan ahead of the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Don't forget that Gyan is Africa's all-time top scorer at the World Cup, and he wants a last dance with the team in Qatar. We are here asking Ghanaians whether Asamoah Gyan should be added to the squad or not. We've already spoken to so many people, but so far the consensus is that Gyan should be added to the squad. I have my last guest here on the show, Bosu Mokwa Eba GhanaWeb TV. So, Eddie Kaino Asamoah Gyan or say or year training at the home or good shape. Young Fanica World Cup squad in the home. What are they doing?
Me, first of all, for him even put that thing outside there doesn't make sense to me. Because on what merit?
On the merits that in 1994, the indomitable Lions of Cameroon, Omobeko 94 World Cup, no Rojamila retired. Then so by virtue of Rojamila, Omo top scorer, Omo didn't be cut team no quarry, and to say Ghana for Omonia Samano and Sanwa retire.
Masa. For me, my point doesn't make sense. For you adding Asamoah Gyan to the squad, it's like why you so keen say we know the what they Area I then Egum. But a best say team no. What I say Asamoah Gyan team even go for me Asamoah Gyan I prefer even Shea more than Asamoah Gyan. But Shea you can see that say at least Wabo House of Folk, right? There's a person Sanko Kotoko. What I say I'll put Asamoah Gyan even 5 meters going to me camp. What I say and for you put Asamoah Gyan inside the squad, you know. As a why you're so concerned, now they are riding a boom. I finished my case.
So he said that adding Asamoah Gyan to the 26-man squad in Qatar will be like preparing a mixture of Gary, sugar, and then water and adding sand to it. It's going to spoil everything. And to him, he will argue for the inclusion of Sule Ali Muntari in the Black Stars than Asamoah Gyan because of what he saw in last season's Ghana Premier League. Let me also hear from you in the comment section concerning Asamoah Gyan's last request before he retires from the game. My name is John Leshan, and this has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Do enjoy the rest of our programs, and don't forget to subscribe to GhanaWeb TV on YouTube.
Homowo is the biggest festival among the Gans, celebrated annually between the month of August and September. The phrase Homowo emanates from two Gan words, Homo, which means hunger, and Wo, which means to hoot at. Together, the word means hooting at hunger. The festival is commemorated to mark the victory of the Gan people over hunger they experienced during their migration. During the celebration, there is great display of Gan heritage and culture, and the festival attracts people from all walks of life. Whereas the Homowo festival is generally celebrated on different days by the various Gan groups, there are pre-celebrating activities prior to the major event, which is marked on Saturday. This year's festival began with the Gan Mashi people who marked the Sobi celebration on Thursday in honor of all Gan Thursday bonds. Thursday bonds on this day carry foodstuff in a procession amidst singing while they march to the palace of the Gan Manche, Ni Takite Kochuru II. Friday began with the Twin Festival. This is marked on the Friday before Homowo in honor of all twins. It is believed that the rituals performed during this ceremony not only honor the spirits of the twins, but imbues into them confidence to attain self-fulfillment and psychological peace. The Yam Festival begins early on Friday morning in all the respective compounds where twins are residing. Traditionally, the Nai Wolomo is the first to prepare the concoction before the various houses where twins reside can take their turns. After this, the elderly people in every household prepare the concoctions for their households. A tuber of yam is cut into small pieces and placed into a pan with some herbs and seawater. They are mixed with schnapps and eggs, and in some cases colon, to help give a good smell. The concoction is believed to induce fertility, and eggs are used because they symbolize fertility in the Ga culture. Prayers are recited. After this, 2 white fowls are slaughtered, one after the other, and each slaughtered fowl is thrown backwards, and the manner in which the fowl falls is significant. At least one of the fowls is supposed to fall on their backs. If both fowls fall on their bellies, it is a sign of bad omen. This is done upon an appeal to the gods to forgive them of their shortcomings. The water is used to purify the twins or is smeared on some parts of their bodies. After this, any other person who may want twins or goodwill proclaims what they want and donates some money, and some of the water is used to purify them.
Not everyone has the privilege of having twins, so when God gives you twins, He has graced you, and so you have to take good care of them. This is why we perform these rituals every year. The Twin Festival is now more enjoyable. Participation wasn't that great before, but now we celebrate it more than the Homowo. People come from far to experience it. The church has been lying to us, and since we are very few, once someone becomes convinced, the others also stop.
When you have visitors during the period, you ask them what they prefer to eat, and then you prepare it for them. Twins are seen as animals who fight in the womb. So once they come out of the womb and they are performing purification rituals for them, they put the horns of the sheep sacrificed aside and it is cleansed every year when they bath them. Also, with the concoction prepared, people say their wishes over the monies they donate and then put it in the bowl. It is believed that by the following year, what you asked for should have come to pass.
The Twin Festival will continue. We won't stop today, we won't stop tomorrow. It is also humans who wrote the Bible and introduced Christianity to us.
The various families make merry in their homes with feasting following this. The twins, their parents, and all other relatives all dress in white clothes later and parade the town to show their joy. During the procession, young twins who cannot participate are carried on the shoulders of older family members. The remnants of the concoction are taken to a spiritual house near Agbogbuloshi, where the content is emptied.
Since the beginning of the Ghana people, it is one of the major activities of tradition and culture of the Ghana people, and also it helps maintain and stabilize the twins when they are giving birth to, and also it is also one of the major factor in the life of the twins that they bring good omen, and then they bring very good and then blessings to the family. So this thing serves as appreciation to them, and then a year of request, because when these herbs are put together, people that comes to bath with it with their request, that subsequent years it manifests and then they comes to give thanks.
Saturday is the main ceremony and is usually patronized by many. The occasion is characterized by pomp and pageantry. On this day, sprinkling of food is done by the chiefs of the Ghanland. This is done to hoot at hunger and also to bless the gods for abundant food. For the Gamashi Homowo, the Gbese Manche is tasked with sprinkling the popoi. Popoi is prepared primarily with steamed fermented corn, palm nut soup, and smoked fish. The corn is pounded, mixed with the palm nut soup, and mashed with the smoked fish. After this, the Gbese Manche Miayi Bonte II parades through the streets and every royal home and sprinkles the popoi. He is followed by sub-chiefs from different Ga areas and residents of the area amidst dancing and drumming. British High Commissioner to Ghana, who participated in the 2022 Homowo and was crowned Development Queen of Bisi, expressed excitement about the colorful occasion. Harriet Thompson, who now bears the stool name Na Okaicho Mlami I, Bese Noya Manye, had this to say.
It's been a real honor to be part of the Homowo Festival today. I'm privileged to have been installed as a Queen Mother for the BizTech Kingdom. So it's in that capacity that I'm taking part today. And the theme of today, celebrating the end of a period of hunger, it reminds us to think back about what's happened to people who've gone before us, the values and the traditions that we still must respect today, but also the joy of the end of that period of hunger and the determination that we still have now to work together to ensure that people don't go hungry in the future.
The Gbese Manche rounds up his procession at the Gamanche's palace, where he reports to the Gamanche, Ni Takite Kochuru II, that his work is done.
I was the one who went to sprinkle the Kwekwe first because I am the leader, and I have made them aware that I have finished, and so it paves the way for any other chief to do same. Today's celebration has been different from all others. Today the crowd was massive. There was unity and love. God bless everyone who came to participate and those who couldn't. This year's has been special. There was no violence. We should be merry, but not to the extent of being drunk and causing mayhem. I ask for life. Gbese is moving forward. We are not coming backwards. So anything that will disrupt the peace, I will step in myself. All Gbese people should come and help with the peace and development of Gbese. Gbese belongs to all of us, so we will mend any broken bridges. The same way I went ahead to sprinkle the Kpokwe, I'm the first to speak so that those who couldn't come can also see that peace prevails.
Other residents and leaders in the community also expressed their thoughts about the occasion.
The Gbese Palace and area has become beautiful. It wasn't always like this, but this year it has been revamped. We are celebrating in peace. We have no issues with anyone and vice versa. We urge all to cooperate and we hope that it goes on the same way, so we will all live in peace.
Blessings upon Gbese Manche. If the Gbese Manche stands, Gamashi stands. It is important that he gathers all the small towns for unity. The smaller towns make the stew great, and if all the others stand, the stool will also stand.
And
the youth will get profitable work to do after school. All these are important to him, and it is his desire that is happening. He is bigger than all of us, and we ask God to guide him.
We greet all chiefs. We pray this year bring us good tidings. If there is a hole in a tree, every animal can enter. But if there is no hole, Gbese stands. So if the Gbese Manche says he is bringing together all the villages and small towns for peace and unity to prevail, and for wrongs to be made right, so that we can celebrate bigger next year, I ask for life for all 7 houses in Gbese. After this, any other sub-chief has the permission to sprinkle the kpokpoi in their respective areas.
Please, with humility, can we be on our feet as we say the word of prayer? Sorry. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you once again for the gift of life. You have made it possible for us to see your handiworks. This morning we have gathered here not by our might, but because of your grace. We are committing this gathering, Father, unto thy care. We pray for spirit of wisdom, understanding, peace. That at the end of the day, your name, Jehovah, will be glorified. We thank you for your presence. We thank you for your leadership. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, that we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Please, you can take your seats. All right. My name is Asamoah Gyan. I'm the Public Relations Officer of the Ministry of Health, and I'll be your moderator for this program. A few housekeeping rules. Please, let's keep our phones on silence to avoid... Wow. So let's keep our phones on silence mode to avoid interference in the course of the event. And then 2, the washrooms are located around the entrance, on the left-hand side of the entrance when you exit the hall. But the ushers, our smart ushers, are ready to assist participants to locate the area. Good morning to you once again, and welcome to the launch of the National Guideline for the Management of Cardiovascular Disease in Ghana. I would like to do a quick introduction, and then we take it from there. I'll first start with the chairperson, or the chairman. Let me put it the chairman, because he's a man. He is an oncologist and head of the medical and dental unit of the Ministry of Health. He is now the acting Director of Technical Coordination of the Ministry of Health. Shall we receive our chairman? He's in the person of Dr. Abafo Iwa.
Good morning, Honorable Minister for Health, Honorable Kweku Ajimamenu, Member of Parliament of Doma Central, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I will want to welcome you on behalf of the Chief Director of the Ministry of Health, Mr. Kwabena Oko-Buadu-Aferi. And also on behalf of the Honorable Minister and entire Ministry of Health, to the launch of the National Guideline for the Management of Cardiovascular Diseases in Ghana. Cardiovascular diseases have become a major cause of morbidity and mortality all over the world, and more so in low-middle-income countries, including Ghana. And early diagnosis and prompt management greatly reduce the effect of cardiovascular diseases. The Ministry of Health, with support from BEA through GIZ, have collaborated to develop level-specific guidelines for the management of cardiovascular diseases to address the increasing challenge of cardiovascular disease in Ghana. On the 12th of April this year, the Ministry of Health also launched the National Non-Communicable Disease Policy to also address non-communicable disease in general. And the objectives, the 5 objectives of this policy were: 1, to reduce the risk factors of non-communicable diseases, strengthen early detection and management of cardiovascular NCDs to reduce morbidity and mortality, strengthen health systems, improve intersectorial and multisectorial collaboration, and also health financing for non-communicable diseases. What we are witnessing this morning is seeking to address objective 2 and 3, that is, improving the management and also strengthening the health systems. The ministry wants to commend all the experts who were put together to develop these guidelines, and the advisory board of Ghana Heart Initiative, management of Ghana Heart Initiative, and above all, BEA and GIZ for this support for the people of Ghana. I once again want to welcome all of you to this lunch and wish all of us a successful lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to introduce the dignitaries at the high table. I'll start with the Honorable Minister for Health. He is also the Member of Parliament for Doma Central Constituency. He's in the person of Honorable Kuku Ajimamenu. Next is Mr. Carsten Smith Hoffman, the Director General, GIZ International Services. And the next is Mr. Colin Tyra, Cluster Division Head, PH Southeast and West Africa. Thank you very much. I'll acknowledge the rest as we go on. I'll skip the Director General's speech because he's not yet with us at the moment. So I'll jump straight to the speech by Mr. Carsten Smith Hoffman. He's the Director General for GIZ International Services. Shall we welcome him on the stage?
Excellencies, Your Honorable Minister, Colin, dear guests, very good morning. Thank you for the great introduction to this event so far. I am really honored to speak in front of such a distinguished audience and to take part in such a landmark occasion for the advancement of CVD's management in Ghana. On the attainment of this remarkable milestone, which is the launch of the first ever Ghanaian guidelines for the management of CVDs, I like to really congratulate all parties involved for this development and wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your dedication and the tremendous contribution. Ayeko. Furthermore, I'd like to give special recognition to His Excellency the Minister of Health, with a great team at the entire Ministry of Health, the Ghana Health Service, the NCD Control Program, the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital, the University of Ghana School of Medicine and Dentistry, and the Ghanaian Society of Cardiology for taking the ownership of this process and for dedicating hours of work, and in fact years of work, to the development of this crucial document. I'm convinced that this process will benefit millions of Ghanaians in the future, and without this great commitment the institutions have provided, this would not have been possible. So thank you very much again. Hence, these guidelines have been developed by Ghanaians for Ghanaians. Over 100 experts and health professionals from various health institutions across the country, representing all levels of care, have joined hands to produce this national treatment standard for cardiovascular diseases, ensuring a direct ownership and meaning. We, as GIZ, the German International Implementing Agency, are proud that we supported this process and enabled this broad engagement. These guidelines have not been developed as a ceremonial document, not only as an academic exercise, but they have been intended to be, their daily use will guide the health professionals in clinic care decisions. So it's a practical document. It will guide the work of thousands of people. We believe it will lead to significant improvements in the quality of care. To ensure easy access to these guidelines, an app-based version, the Akoma Care app, has been developed, ready to be downloaded and carried on mobile phones to support all health professionals with portable knowledge and clear instructions of their daily missions. The national guidelines for the management of CVDs have further been used as a basis for the development of a corresponding training standard to ensure full knowledge transfer to all healthcare professionals. So this is a really inclusive and empowering process. I am convinced that this will further strengthen the health system in Ghana sustainably. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a functioning national health system not only saves lives and increases the well-being of national citizens, but positively affects global health and strengthens resilience. This is of increasing importance, in particular during the global pandemic that we are currently still facing. And thank you for wearing masks. I think we have to live with that for another time. With its own national guidelines in place and enhanced knowledge on the management of CVDs, Ghana can and will be the front runner for CVD treatment among all African countries and beyond. It will foster new alliances in dealing with cross-border health challenges. The Ghana Heart Initiative is designed to form such an international alliance between relevant institutions from the Ghanaian national political system, the health sector, international organizations, researchers, health practitioners, and businesses. We are impressed by the tremendous local enthusiasm and acceptance of this initiative, and we are very, very thankful for the great commitment shown by the Ministry of Health and its affiliated organizations. What stands out in this initiative is the great partnership between the private and the public sector, and I think this really has to be emphasized. The world we all live in faces challenges as fast-paced as the rapid evolving nature of our time. In this regard, problems cannot be solved by single actors on their own. We all need to move to an arena of partnership between governments, businesses, civil society, and people to jointly address challenges not only on a national but also on a global scale by maximizing the delivery of sustainable, effective and efficient interventions. The Ghana Heart Initiative, fully funded by Bayer, reflects the commitment of Bayer to develop the communities where they do business through partnerships. I'm very pleased with the role GIZ as an implementing agency was able to contribute to enable this transformative and complementary collaboration between the private and the public sector to sustainably strengthen the healthcare system in Ghana. We, as GIZ, look forward to continuing this partnership with the Ghanaian government and Bayer. Building on our technical expertise and experience, our project management capacities, as well as our operations in more than 120 countries worldwide, we are currently implementing dozens of health projects across the globe. Through supporting our partner countries in shaping health reforms and providing capacity development procedures, we are very proud to have contributed to more than 31,000 strengthened health facilities, providing more than 90 million people with improved access to quality health care. And I'm convinced there are more to come, and with this strong partnership, we really have the foundation to unfold that. I'd like to thank Bayer for trusting us with such an important initiative. I also like to thank the Ministry of Health and the Ghana Health Service for their leadership and their continuous support. What a great commitment. And I'm very much delighted to participate now in this launch of the national guidelines for the management of cardiovascular diseases with you today. Let me encourage you to roll out our success and unfold its full potential and impact in Ghana and beyond, because I think Ghana can be really the lighthouse of this process across Africa. Now please let me invite you to enjoy the program. Thank you very much, and I'm really, really proud of this great initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General, GIZ International Services. It is now the turn of us to listen to Bayer. And to do the speech is Mr. Carlin Tyra, Cluster Division Head, PH Southeast and West Africa. Shall we welcome him?
You did very well with the name there. I'm doing less well with the names here, so I've already upset the Minister, so that's job done. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to see you all here, and hello to the Minister, esteemed guests. My name's Colin Tyra, Head of Bayer Pharmaceuticals in Southern, Eastern and West Africa, and delighted to say a few words on behalf of Bayer at this prestigious event. Look, we all know there's a growing global population and increased life expectancy. Healthcare is more important than ever, and the COVID-19 epidemic, which we all know, has highlighted the devastating impact diseases can have without access to medical care, treatment and vaccines. In spite of the growing need, the World Health Organization estimates that 2 billion people do not have access to essential medicines. So without effective treatment, diseases can be more severe and patients will face worse health outcomes. While infectious diseases like AIDS, Ebola and Zika have dominated global health interventions, non-communicable diseases, NCDs, have never received the same attention. The burden of NCDs is particularly prevalent in low and middle income countries, which have under-resourced healthcare systems with multiple barriers that limit access to diagnosis, treatment and care. People living with chronic conditions suffer years of debilitating consequences as their health slowly deteriorates, and they're more likely to face poverty and hunger, creating a cycle of deprivation. At Bayer, attaining our vision of health for all, hunger for none, means enabling broader patient access to our medicines and treatments worldwide. In light of this, we are committed to moving NCD care forward, drawing on our strong heritage in cardio health care treatments to enhance awareness and improve infrastructure in order to tackle such diseases, particularly in West Africa. The Ghana Heart Initiative represents a lighthouse project in this regard, helping us to better understand access components beyond drug availability and serving as a foundation and catalyst for subsequent initiatives. Conscious efforts must be made to develop sustainable and well-functioning healthcare systems, built on continuous training of healthcare workers, well-maintained infrastructure, reliable supply of medicines and technologies which are supported by adequate funding, strong health plans and evidence-based policies, just as we're doing with the Ghana Heart Initiative, and today with the launch of the national guidelines for the management of cardiovascular diseases. So during the past 4 years, since the initiative has started, we have identified key areas which are essential for the success of this project. 1. Addressing local needs following a locally driven needs assessment. Data-driven systematic approach with measurable output. Scalable interventions with defined outcomes. Sustainable strengthening of local systems towards self-reliance. And most importantly, government acceptance and support as demonstrated by the Ministry of Health and the Ghana Health Services and all the local healthcare partners. So I'd like to personally thank the Ministry of Health and the Ghana Health Service for their leadership and their tremendous support since the beginning of the project. And I'd also like to thank GIZ for their technical assistance in implementing this initiative. So, ladies and gentlemen, the launch of the National Guidelines for Management of Cardiovascular Disease is a crucial milestone in improving the prevention, diagnosis and treatment of CVDs in Ghana. There are more milestones to be achieved in the year ahead, much still to be done. We're currently rolling out the Ghana Heart Initiative project nationwide. We're planning to train over 960 healthcare workers from 120 facilities, providing equipment worth over €200,000 and develop an e-learning program to continue strengthening the capacity of health workers in management of cardiovascular diseases. As part of the implementation of a hypertension program, we will screen 10,000 community members to identify hypertensive patients and subsequently link them to health facilities for proper care. Further, we will address the heart failure, the #1 cause of cardiovascular death, and healthcare workers will receive advanced training to close that existing gap in detection, diagnosis and management. So, the launch of the National Guidelines for the Management of Cardiovascular Disease today is a testimony to this great partnership between Bayer and the Government of Ghana. And let us continue with this great work and partnership in fighting non-communicable diseases in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colin Tyra. It's now time for us to have a little insight into what the whole project is about. And to do the overview of the GHI project, I'll invite Dr. Alfred Doku. He's the Technical Director, Ghana Heart Initiative.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Tara, Mr. Carson, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. I think this day is a great day for us. We've been looking forward to the launch of this document because if you look at cardiovascular disease, it's the main driver of death in Ghana. If you look at the DIMS, for the last 5 years, stroke, heart disease, been leading the charts. And the main cause of this is hypertension. But the capacity of Ghana to manage cardiovascular disease, as was said, in NCD in general, has been very low, and it's the same across Africa. So there's been this gap. Yet you have a disease that is driving the morbidity and mortality. The risk factors can be managed to cut down, but we don't have the capacity to manage it. And so together with the health system, with the partners, we came up with this concept to intervene in managing cardiovascular diseases in Ghana. So cardiovascular disease is important, and through Ghana Heart Initiative, we've been able to do something to support. There's a lot more to do. So I'm going to give a short overview of what we've been able to do together with our partners, with the Ghana Health Service, with the Ministry of Health, with all the other stakeholders in managing cardiovascular diseases. So the whole idea of cardiovascular disease is that you can approach it from different angles, because the risk factors sit with the community, and then the complications then ensue, and then the person comes to the teaching hospitals or other centers with the complications. So in managing such an important disease, we could look at looking at the population-based interventions, or we could look at going to the community to screen and detect those who have the risk factors or subclinical condition and then manage them, or we could also look at the health system. So we chose the health system because you can't really do much if you don't strengthen the health system to manage it and to own it and making sure that, yes, it's sustainable in the care. So together with our partners, we came up with this intervention to strengthen the health system to manage cardiovascular disease. And the key parameter we look at is a guideline, which is really the policy document to guide and standardize cardiovascular disease management across Ghana. The other thing we look at is human resource capacity. If we look at the building block of WHO for strengthening the health system, these are important components of it to making sure that the health system stays strong. So human resource development, training people how to manage cardiovascular disease was one of the concepts we looked at. Equipment, BP machines, ECG to diagnose and manage cardiovascular disease is one thing that we looked at together. And then data. The DIMS, yes, have some information on cardiovascular disease, have some information on NCD in general, but the information was not, responsive enough. So together we said, let's improve information so that we can capture data in the DIMS to be able to tell the story. Because you have a disease that drives the morbidity and mortality, but the reporting system is not adequate. And of course, once people are trained and they go and see the patient who sits in front of them may be different from what they've learned about. So we thought that the call center was key in providing a top-size support to the doctors, physician assistants, and then the nurses. So in line with the Sustainable Development Goal, we hope to improve cardiovascular disease in Ghana and to reach as many facilities as possible, to reach as many health professionals as possible. And to do this, we needed a governance committee, a steering committee to steer the affairs of Ghana Heart Initiative. This representative from the health system, from Ghana Health Service, from Ministry of Health, from teaching hospitals, and from key stakeholders within the system, so that whatever is done represents what Ghana needs. And so the governance committee was key. Unfortunately, we started with Professor Plandrew, 2019, and then today he's not with us. Currently, the board is chaired by Professor Binkham and with the other members on the board who sits within the Ghana health system. So what have we been able to do so far? As you're witnessing today, we've been able to develop the national guideline for managing cardiovascular disease. And a lot of countries in Africa, unfortunately, do not have this capacity to do that. So we've been able to develop this, and through this guideline, which was developed by over 100 health professionals across Ghana, from all levels of care, of all different backgrounds, to develop this national document. And through this document, we were able to also develop training manuals, facilitators guide to help training of cardiovascular disease across Ghana. And then we also had an abridged version which sits with a CHIPS compound, which is really the lowest form of healthcare, which just sits with the community. So these are some of the things that we've done. And then through this, we've also organized training. So we piloted this training in Greater Accra, involving over 46 facilities in Greater Accra. We trained them in general cardiovascular disease. We trained them in resuscitation, BLS, ACLS. We also train people in how to manage DVT across Ghana. In addition, we provided equipment, as has been mentioned already. So this is what we've been able to do so far, and we continue to improve the health system. So this is what the concept was at the beginning. This is what we've been able to do moving forward. Now, how far have we come? What have we done to improve? Because strengthening the system is one thing, but reflecting in the management and in the outcome is a different thing altogether. So one key measure of what we've done so far is how well is blood pressure control. As I mentioned earlier on, hypertension is the main driver of death in Ghana. And if you're going to achieve anything, that's one key indicator. How far you're doing. So within these 46 facilities we've been working in, when we started, blood pressure control within those facilities was just about 7%. As of the last data analysis, from October, there's continued data analysis. Hypertension control within these facilities have increased over 80%. Over 80%. Please clap for the team. It means that these patients who have their blood pressure control are not likely to come down with a kidney disease, are not likely to come down with a stroke or heart failure, which is what our data show, that these are the drivers, these are the causes of death within Ghana. Next. So it is very, very important that we improve cardiovascular disease, because what we've done just shows that, yes, if we're able to intervene properly, we'll be able to save a lot of lives. So the pilot was in Greater Accra. We are rolling this intervention to other regions, 10 additional regions with training, with equipment support. And we want to continue. We want to continue this journey because of the success we've had so far. In addition to that, let me just mention one other thing that we've done. The guideline, yes, is good, but how do people use it? And we have to change with the time. Doctors now have smartphones. And so if they are walking around with a guideline, it may be difficult, but they have their phones with them. So we've developed the Nkommo Care app, which sits with these doctors so they can easily navigate through the guideline. And the guidelines Dr. Bafuawa mentioned is for all levels of care. So if you are at the lowest level, there's a plan there for the patient in front of you. You are at the middle level, you are the facility with the doctor, there's a plan there for you. So that if you navigate through the app and you click the level of care, yes, there's a plan there for you. So it makes it easier, and then the guideline really sits with people. So Android, other smartphones are all, can all use this app. So this is what we've been able to do so far as the Ghana Heart Initiative is concerned. Let me also mention another thing, the call center. It is very, very important. A lot of people have patients, they don't know what to do, and then you have referrals, no bed syndrome. We needed to reduce that. Somebody has a patient with heart failure, with a stroke. Kolebu 37 Rich Hospital, Konfanochi, Tamalitichi Hospital, they cannot accept all these patients. They are not enough capacity to manage them. So we needed to empower people at a lower level to be able to manage them. So if somebody has a patient with heart failure and he can call a cardiologist or a specialist, physician specialist, and get some advice, that will help a lot to reduce. Some of them just want a small trick here and there, or a direction here and then. That's what the call center seeks to do. So when they have the patient, they call the call center. So there are 3 layers. It comes to the call center, which is mine by the nurses. The nurse then relay this call to the specialist, and then they can give the advice. Now, if this is beyond the specialist, they can then relay this to the consultant, the cardiologist, the neurologist, the nephrologist to give further advice. So patients are retained within these facilities, so that is unnecessary referrals and then the overcrowding in the tertiary facilities, the regional hospitals are reduced. So that is the essence of the call center. Please clap for the Ghana Heart Initiative team. We've been able to achieve this together. Together, we'll be able to achieve this. So this is what we've done, but 2022, 2023, we actually want to do more. We are energized by what we've been able to achieve so far. So what do we want to do this year and next year? We want to continue the training. We want to roll out the training across Ghana. We want to do a lot more. We want to donate more equipment to support facilities to manage hypertension and other cardiovascular problems better. We want to improve the usage of the app. We want to actually go to a step further. So when somebody uses the app, at least there's an incentive, for that person. So they're going to create what we call the gamification components moving forward, so that a lot more will be encouraged to use the app and then the guideline. We're also thinking of e-learning platform. Yes, we go around teaching and training, but COVID has taught us one thing, that yes, platforms are available to train, and we all get trainees, Zoom meetings, team meetings. We want to use that so that wherever you are in Ghana, through the e-learning platform, which we're working together with Ghana Health Service, we established something for cardiovascular diseases, so that it sits there, a nurse, physician assistant, a doctor, anywhere in Ghana, can log in, register, and get trained in cardiovascular disease. So that is something that we're working on, and things are going on very well. The other thing we want to do is tackle hypertension. We want to take on hypertension, Even though we've done well with the facilities, we want to also go to the community, identify those with the hypertension. We've controlled hypertension within the facilities. How about the bulk of the hypertension who are within the community? And as you are aware, the bulk of the hypertensives are not in the rural area. They are in the urban and peri-urban area. The Choko, the Kolegonon, the KJTs. This complex community is difficult. So we're trying to find a model. How can we identify these hypertensives within these poor urban communities and link them to care and keep them in care? So that's something we want to do at the coastal Accra area, from Akokrobite to Tama, Newtown. We're going to screen about 10,000 people. And then with the prevalence of hypertension, which is about 30% within the adult population, we hope to pick about 3,000 people, follow them on medication, through use technology to follow them up and keep them in care, and hope to control their blood pressure. And the plan is, once we succeed in this, we will then integrate this within the health system, so that it becomes the mainstay of care for hypertensive patients across the country, because we need to make sure blood pressure is controlled. Otherwise, the strokes will continue to go. And they also want to address the issue of drugs. A lot of our patients do not have access to medication. So one of the plans for this year and next year is to look at the medicine gap. What are the challenges? How can we address it? So we want to find and also even start addressing it. And then we will then expand it later. And then heart failure. Hypertension is killing a lot of people, is weakening people's hearts. And a lot of people are coming in and dying from it, which the national data shows. So we also want to build capacity to manage. So there's a lot we want to do to make sure that, yes, the cardiovascular disease, comes down. As you are aware, the Sustainable Development Goal, as far as NCD is concerned, for the next few years, we need to reduce NCD by about 25%, and by 2030, about 30%. And these are some of the activities we want to engage to reach that target for Ghana. Yes, evaluation. We've been involved in Ghana Heart Initiative for the last 4 years. We have said a lot, what we've done about hypertension, about the training. But how effective or how efficient in what we've done so far? So we've contracted 2 institutions, University of Ghana and University of Heidelberg, to evaluate what we've done so far as far as Greater Accra is concerned. So they're going to look at what we've done. One, we look at the quality of the care delivery systems as far as cardiovascular management is concerned. We want to look at the knowledge and the motivation that has been given to these staff to manage cardiovascular disease. We also want to look at the cost effectiveness of what we've done. Have we thrown money into the drain, or what we've done is very useful? And we want an external evaluation team that has nothing to do with the Ghana Heart Initiative to evaluate and advise, and that will help us more to know that, yes, it's not just internal evaluation, but the external evaluators really think what we are doing is good, and that the monies we are using and we are spending really are being used for a good cause. So this is what we've done so far, and this is what we're planning to do. So thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Ghana Health Service. Thank you, all colleagues, for the tremendous support for the development of guideline and what we've been able to achieve so far.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Alfred Doku, for your presentation. Before we move into the plenary session, I would like to invite Dr. Franklin Esedube-Queen, who is standing in for Director General, to read the Director General's speech. Shall we invite Dr. Esedube-Queen? Okay. He's the Director of Public Health, Ghana Health Service. I forgot to add that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Honorable Minister of Health, distinguished guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first apologize on behalf of the DG, who has been caught up in another program. He has asked me to read on his behalf. It's an honor to join all of you today to launch the cardiovascular disease guideline for Ghana. This is a major achievement for us as we continue to prioritize strategic partnership for non-communicable diseases, prevention and control. Globally, it is estimated that mortality from NCDs will increase by 17% in the next 10 years. The largest increase in mortality of about 27% is projected for the African region. Out of the top 4 NCDs reported globally, cardiovascular diseases account for the largest burden, with estimated deaths of 17.1 million in 2004 projected to increase to 20.4 million by 2030. This worrying trend is largely attributed to globalization, rapid unplanned urbanization, aging population, and lifestyle changes such as tobacco use, physical inactivity, and unhealthy diets. Ghana has had its fair share of cardiovascular diseases, which is currently a growing public health problem. Hypertension continues to increase, while stroke and heart attacks remain in the top 10 causes of household deaths across the country. This is an unfortunate phenomenon that can be averted by joining forces with partners to tackle NCDs through prevention and early detection, as highlighted in both the National Health Policy and the NCD policy for Ghana. In our effort to address cardiovascular disease in Ghana, we have implemented a number of strategies through strategic partnerships. One of such key partnerships is the Ghana Health Initiative, a project that has seen significant increase in our health delivery through the development of the cardiovascular guidelines to be launched today, supply of basic equipment for diagnosis and management of cardiovascular diseases, improve cardiovascular disease data collection and management. The launch of the national guideline for the management of cardiovascular disease today is a major milestone for healthcare delivery in Ghana. Streamline screening and early detection of cardiovascular disease, standardized management of cardiovascular disease for all levels of care, build capacity of healthcare workers, and most importantly, assure the improvement of health outcomes for all persons living with NCDs. We are very appreciative of the support provided by Bayer and GIZ through the Ghana Health Initiative. It is my hope that all health professionals in Ghana will embrace the use of the guidelines in the management of cardiovascular diseases, and by so doing, contribute to reducing morbidity and mortality attributed to cardiovascular disease in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, please permit me to introduce or acknowledge the following persons who are with us. I have Dr. Charity Sapon, Greater Accra Regional Director of Health Services. I have Dr. George Amofa, former Deputy Director General, Ghana Health Service. And then reps from WHO, PATH, GACI, Ghana College of Pharmacy, Nursing and Midwifery Council, Pharmacy Council, National Health Insurance Authority, and then the FDA. Thank you very much. I have the master program with me, so I'll skip some of the items of the program, and then we do the one that is that we need to do right now. The Honorable Minister will have to attend another important meeting, so we have to move his speech forward so that we'll give him time to be able to join his colleagues. So at this point, it is time for us to invite the Honorable Minister for Health and MP for Doma Central, Honorable Kweku Agyeman-Manu, to give us the keynote address. Shall we welcome the Minister for Health? He will also, as part of his presence here, launch the national guidelines for management of cardiovascular disease, and then Nkommo.
Thank you very much. Hello. Mr. Smith Hoffman and Colin Tyra. I wouldn't observe protocols, but all my directors and other agencies who have joined us strategically to partner with us, and we partner in you, everybody who is here. Let me say good morning once again. I have to leave to go for a cabinet meeting. We should have had cabinet tomorrow, but the president has pushed it forward. Fortunately for me, he's gone somewhere else to do another program. So I have to run away to come to see what I can do to launch this. That demonstrates the commitment I personally have, as well as the ministry has for this program. So if you see me leaving after this, don't take it that the ministers are committed. My assignments are just too huge. Every single minute I'm doing about 3 or 4 things at the same time. So you pardon me for my leaving you behind here. There are several statistics on non-communicable diseases, and they are found everywhere. Things like NCDs accounting for the death of 41 million people each year. That is more than COVID. But the attention we give to COVID, not even 1/100th can be seen in this area. This is equivalent to about 71% of all deaths globally. And 77% of all NCD deaths are in low and middle income countries. People in these countries tend to develop NCDs at even younger ages, suffer longer, and sooner than those in high income countries. Almost half of all NCD deaths, again, attributable to cardiovascular diseases in Ghana. These are even the leading cause of death in the adult population, meaning that they hit the heart of our families and let our mothers and fathers suffer. This has been underscored by earlier speakers about the case burden in our country. Was it last few, I would say weeks, days, I was talking about the incidence of stroke in our country now. It's becoming so common. Everywhere you go, somebody has got stroke, is down, and I just don't know what is happening in our country. As a low to middle income country in sub-Saharan Africa, the topic of NCDs is an extremely important one for Ghana, as they present a high economic burden and have the potential to increase poverty. It has been estimated again that low and middle income countries surpass $500 billion per year in economic losses due to NCDs. We're not even talking about malaria. Those days, what everybody we hear was that malaria is taking away man hours. People are down, they can't go to work. Now it's NCDs. And CVDs have become the #1 area we have to look at. And if Sub-Saharan Africa, part of low and middle income countries, we are losing more than $500 billion a year, if that was coming in as part of our wealth creation, I don't think any country will ever go to do anything with IMF. But the disease is taking it away. We are not counting that. Despite the increase in importance of NCDs, including cardiovascular diseases, they have not received the necessary support globally, regionally, and nationally compared to communicable diseases. According to WHO, global financing for NCDs is severely limited, receiving less than 32% of all health funding. And I think this was demonstrated during the era of COVID. We even continue to invest. Partners are calling of us to still take funding to prepare for another pandemic, if it should even happen. So that is the significance those who have attached to communicable diseases as opposed to non-communicable diseases. So we have a task and a huge burden on our hands. If you look at the type of treatment centers for cardio cases in our country, it's nothing to write home about at all. But that is what we are confronted with. So we need to begin to do a lot of things to make sure that we don't go into that area at all. Since 2015, Ghana is fully committed to pursue the SDGs on NCDs. We have committed ourselves to the fact that by 2030, we should reduce premature mortality from NCDs by a third, substantially increase health financing and the recruitment, development, training, and retention of our health workforce, strengthen the capacity to identify early warning, risk reduction, and management of health risks. To achieve these ambitious, well, I say over-ambitious goals, the ministry has launched its policy and strategic plan for the prevention and control of NCDs for the next 4 years, 2022 to 2026. And on April 11th, or around 12th of April this year, at the National Strategic Roundtable and International Strategic Dialogue on Non-Communicable Diseases in Ghana, that is when we launched our strategic plan. This will provide the new framework to guide implementation of NCDs prevention and control interventions in our country. This policy for the next 4 years will focus on primary prevention of NCDs as well as early detection and clinical care of NCDs. It aims to strengthen the health system and multi-sectoral collaboration for NCDs prevention and control, as well as to ensure sustainable funding. Strategies and activities towards achieving these objectives will be aligned with all sectors, governmental, non-governmental, and the private sector, to ensure the utilization of synergies and complementarity in NCD prevention and control. Certainly, it is a difficult path for any country to achieve NCD's goals and objectives when resources are limited. And the challenge is on the global level. Thus, health partnerships across borders and are required to mobilize all resources and existing expertise to jointly work towards these ambitious objectives. So we continue to do strategic partnerships with visible and willing partners across the globe, especially these days that challenges have come across the globe on our economies. Without these type of partnerships, I don't think we'll achieve anything. Ghana Heart Initiative is a great example of how stakeholders can join forces to address global health challenges. This strategic partnership between Bayer, GIZ, the Ministry of Health, including Ghana Health Service, and other national partners, has, since its inception in January 2019, achieved many important milestones on the path towards an improved prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of cardiovascular diseases in Ghana. The development of the national guidelines for the management of cardiovascular diseases is among the most important results delivered so far, as it institutionalizes a treatment standard for healthcare professionals on all levels of care. The guidelines are developed by local experts, I understand, and institutions with support from Bayer and GIZ, and set the basis for a corresponding training program. They are accessible at all levels of care and for use in daily practice. Their use is facilitated by the Akuma Care app, an app-based version of the guidelines, which offers healthcare professionals easy access to the guidelines. And I'm convinced that this new standard is an important element of our joint endeavor to sustainably strengthen non-communicable disease management in Ghana, and I'm very, very, very grateful to be able to officially launch these national guidelines today. Let me, in the first instance, use the opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to Bayer and the GIZ for their support in the fight against CVDs in Ghana. The Ministry of Health and its organizations will continue to support this important initiative to the benefit of Ghana and Africa as a continent. I will urge us to continue with a great partnership to save many more lives. As a thank you at this stage, I'm going to launch the guidelines, but I want to invite humbly these dignitaries to join me in the official launch of the guidelines. The Director General of Ghana Health Service, here represented by the Director of Public Health, the Chief Executive Officer of KBTH, if he's available, or his neighbor, or his representative, the Cluster Division Head, Southeast and West Africa buyer, that is calling, and then the Director General, International Services, GIZ, Mr. Schmidt Hoffman. What is the guideline? Oh, it's on the app. So you can give him the Nkommo app. And Dr. Doku. So I have to open here. When you go to a function in Ghana and you see this type of thing, you're prepared to put money. So how much are we raising from here? So let me call out whoever can donate how much. Okay, I will take big money. Whoever wants to donate 500 Ghana, come and open for the first time. Anyway, I will do it myself, but I won't put down anything. We have our partners who will do that for us. Ladies and gentlemen, I think at this stage, me and my friends and colleagues will take the honor to officially launch the national guidelines for CVDs. Thank you, and thank you so much. God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause. Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minister, for doing us this honor of launching the national guidelines for the management of cardiovascular diseases. Thank you so much. So we will move to the next item on the program. That is the plenary session on CVD outlook of Ghana and Q&As. And it's going to be handled by Dr. Alfred Doku. Shall we welcome Dr. Alfred Doku? Yeah, so, okay. Should we do this?
Leaving now? If it's leaving now.
Yeah, let me find out for you. Okay. Okay, I think, should we take the photograph before we leave? Okay. All right. All right. Yes, before the Honorable Minister leaves, we'll take some photographs here. The first group photograph will be the high table. So do here. I think here will be okay. Then which one will follow? This one, okay. Governance Committee member. Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay. All right. All right, thank you. Please, the members of the Governance Committee will join the Honourable Minister and his team right now. So if you are a member of the Governance Committee, please join them upstage for the group photograph. Yeah, so I have Dr. Mary Comey and then Dr. Mary Ashinyo. Which one? Fionn. Fionn, please join the. Is Clement around? Clement, you can join them.
Yes, I will come.
All right, next is the technical, GHI technical team, and Dr. Duku. I'm sorry. Yes, they finished. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. They finished, yes.
Picture with everybody, right? Not necessary.
No, that one can be after. Yes. So it's now time for me to invite Dr. Alfred Doku to lead the plenary session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to launch the guideline. We're going to do a very important thing. We're going to have a short discussion on the outlook for Ghana as far as the cardiovascular diseases are concerned. And to do that, I have 5 or 4 colleagues. Dr. Fifi Dodu, please come forward. Let's clap for him. Fifi has been with Ghana Heart Initiative right from the beginning with the training of doctors, nurses, and physician assistants. Dr. Abba Forsen. Abba was part of the team that developed the guideline, developed the training manual, and then to organize training. Dr. Afua Asante. She's been part of the team, provide the training for doctors, nurses, and physician assistants. Last but not least, Dr. Vincent Boyman. Dr. Boyman, part of the members who developed the guideline. Okay, so we're going to look at a few things. Let me introduce my colleagues. Afia is a public health expert. Afua has worked in how many districts? 5 districts as district director. Let's clap for Afia. Dr. Boyma is the head of kidney disease in Nkommo, head of dialysis. And as you are aware, one of the key complications of hypertension is what? Kidney disease. And in Ghana, only 10% of Ghanaians can afford dialysis. So the rest, what happened to them? Don't say anything, but at least you know what happens to them. And if you go to medical block, almost half of the beds they are occupied by his patients. They can't afford dialysis. You can't discharge them. So that is a major problem, and Boyman represents that group of patients. Dr. Abba Folsen is a cardiologist and worked at Rich Hospital and then also at the whole teaching hospital. As you all are aware, in the DIMS, heart failure is one of the leading causes of death, and majority of people with heart failure, suffer from hypertension. Fifi works with the stroke units in Kolebu. As the minister said, stroke is a major cause of death in Ghana. So we're going to look at the outlook for Ghana so far as cardiovascular diseases are concerned. Vincent, can you move to this side? Efua is alone here because she works within the health system. Okay? And so she works with the Chiefs Compound, the health centers, the district hospitals. And then the three colleagues here, they work in the teaching hospitals. Okay? But you agree with me, whatever happens here depends on who. It depends on what Efua does. Let's clap for Efua. But if you look at the health system of Ghana, the bulk of government's contribution to health goes into what? In taking care of what these people do over there. Yet, what drives the morbidity and mortality in Ghana is what happens within these communities. So, as has been mentioned already, cardiovascular disease is the main driver of morbidity and mortality in Ghana, and majority of these are caused by hypertension. Let me just give you some figures. Close to 50% of kidney diseases in Ghana are caused by hypertension. 70% and over percent of people who have stroke have hypertension as the main cause. Now, if you look at the heart failure in Ghana, over 70% of heart failure in Ghana also caused by what? Hypertension. But where do you have these hypertension? Where do you get them from? These patients with hypertension who come, or patients who get stroke from hypertension, they don't come from the moon. They come from where? The community. So, yet the current health system, as it is, we're planning to reduce the outcome of, the cardiovascular disease complications, NCD complications by a third. But my big question is, if we continue along the line, where we are going at the current state, are we going to reduce the morbidity and mortality from cardiovascular diseases? Please, do you understand my question? At current rates, in the next 10 years, what will be the outlook for cardiovascular disease in Ghana? Is it going to be the same? Is it going to go down? Or is it going to go up? Efua, the communities across Ghana. Looking at the social, the community dynamics, and the fact that majority of people within the community who have hypertension are not aware. Even those who are aware, who put on medication, they don't continue. Blood pressure control from Greater Accra, as I mentioned, was about 7%. And the same across Ghana. So at the current rate of low blood pressure control, diabetes control, obesity, and several other factors that you have within the community, what do you see, for the next 10 years? Are things going to get worse, better, or are they going to just plateau? What do you think of one?
Thank you very much, Dr. Adoo. And I think that was the conclusion of the minister's speech, that the cost. What happens is that it costs the individual who also exists in a family and exists in a community, and then the country. So the cost bit. But there's one thing I want to add. The question is looking at what if nothing is done, what will be the results? I just want us to, we listen to a lot of figures today. But I want us to look at practically when we bring it to our homes and our communities. Awareness is 35% by the recent study 2021. It means that when you take 3 people, only 1 is aware that there's hypertension in our communities now. And then, like Dr. Doku said, you have the prevalence up to 50. That means when you take 2 people in our community, 1 of them will have hypertension. But because the knowledge is low, like the minister said, you have attention on, like in COVID, more than the hypertension. So in the next 10 years, if we still have what we have, we are in trouble. Now, with all the figures that they've given as prevalence and incidence, when you look at Ghana, and you look at, as a district director, if I'm taking regional director, district director, national, we look at what we call the incidence of hypertension using the OPDs as a proxy. That's what we call the hypertension detection rate. For all the prevalence that Dr. Doku has given, for Ghana, 2020 was 1.9%. For 2021, it was 1.3% of the new hypertensive cases detected in our OPDs. And then in half year 2021 is 1. So as the question is saying, if you go on like this, where we are not detecting our cases, we are not sensitizing our communities, mortalities will increase, hypertension will increase because the risk factor for cardiovascular diseases will increase and morbidity will increase. So we need to change the way we do things. We can't detect as we are detecting. We cannot do what we are doing when it comes to sensitization. The system has to change, starting from the lowest level, that's the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for Fia. Now, Dr. Boyman, as I mentioned, when it comes to Kolobum, my team is on medical 1. Half of my ward is occupied by his patients. And it's the same across Kolobum when you go to other regional hospitals, district hospitals, because a lot of Ghanaians are getting kidney diseases. Only a few people are on dialysis. At the current rate, do you think the number of patients, the complications you are getting are going to go down? The number of patients you are losing to kidney disease from hypertension and other things, are they going to go down?
Thank you very much for the question. As you rightly put it, the wards are filled by our patients, and not only by saying our patients. These are very young patients between the ages of 20 to 50 years who are being afflicted by kidney disease. And day in, day out, the numbers keep swelling up. The number of people who actually need dialysis are not getting it because they cannot afford. Very few privileged ones who can afford, who can pay for it, are on dialysis. The rest cannot afford. Those who are lucky have people who support them, maybe from their workplaces, from the churches, benevolent people from the community, etc. Apart from these, the rest cannot pay for dialysis, and these represent the workforce of our society. These are the youth. They should be out there working. They should be out there finding solutions to Ghana's problems, but they are being afflicted by disease, taken away from society, and some sadly die because they cannot pay the cost of dialysis. They cannot pay the cost of a renal kidney replacement therapy. At this rate, the number is only going to increase if we don't find solution to preventing the disease. The number is going to increase because the single most important driving force here, as you've put it, from our data registry is high blood pressure. In fact, I'll give you one example. We move out of the hospitals much every year to go to the community to screen for kidney disease on World Kidney Day activities. And what you've noticed, apart from low detection, low treatment rate, is a poor health-seeking behavior on the part of the Ghanaian. They are not bothered about what is happening as far as their health is concerned. We have people who sit in front of our screening room when we go out to screen for kidney disease, and they are not willing to be checked. They don't want to be checked for high blood pressure. They don't want to be tested for sugar, etc., because they don't want to hear what you have to tell them. They are not interested. And these people have blood pressures as high as 200 over 130, they are walking out there. These are the people who are going to land in our consulting rooms with stroke, heart failure, and kidney disease. And the numbers will only swell up, just as the minister said, or the public health relations officer said earlier on, that NCD rate is going to increase by 17% within the next or so years, and it's going to be more in Africa. With this rate, we're going to have more people with kidney disease, we're going to have more people with stroke, we're going to have more people with heart failure. So the hospitals are going to be overburdened with these people. The health system is going to be overburdened and stretched. And therefore, I don't see this coming down without an effective policy, preventive measures to stop this current trend of events.
Thank you very much, Vincent. We are not going to see a change for better. It can only get worse. And as the minister said, for the next 10 years, across Africa, these diseases are going to increase by about 25% if we don't do anything. Okay, Abba, the complications you see, people with heart diseases, the strokes you see, they don't occur overnight. When you hear somebody is dead, what a shock. Gone too soon, the obituary, they did not happen overnight. Whatever complication, these people carry the risk factors for years. The risk factors are within the community, and then slowly develop complication. Indeed, when you screen people for diabetes, for hypertension, close to about 50% of them have complications already. So it means that they've been living with these diseases for a long period of time. Now, if you want to do something now, if you want to reduce the strokes, the heart failure, which you've been seeing across Ghana, which of these risk factors that we mentioned is the one that we need to look at, critically go to the community, detect them, and then link them to care, from your experience?
Thank you, Dr. Doku. Thank you all for coming today to discuss this very important area of our lives, which is cardiovascular diseases. I think that the point has been made very clearly that cardiovascular diseases are top on the list as far as death and illness is concerned. And I think that the data is very clear that not just locally, but even the whole world over, that hypertension is the most important driver of all these conditions. I'll tell you, about a year ago, we were on duty one day in the emergency room. We had 7 cases of strokes coming in. They were all hemorrhagic strokes. Out of these 7, 6 of them were less than the age 50. And out of these 7, 4 of them did not know that they were hypertensive. All these 7 patients had systolic blood pressures above 200 millimeters of mercury. This was a couple of years ago, but it has stuck with me. It tells me the magnitude of the problem related to hypertension. There are other risk factors that are there, but by and large, I think that if we focus on tackling the issue with hypertension, we can reduce morbidity and mortality related to stroke occurrence, heart failure occurrence, and all the other cardiovascular diseases that occur. The thing with hypertension is that it's been with us for so long that we think it's our friend. We don't place too much emphasis on it. We are looking for it actively, but we are not probably doing it the right way, because we are in the hospitals and in the big facilities expecting people to come in and be detected. But I think that the approach would be to take, the screening to the people and then to identify them early so that they don't develop the complications. I also think that particularly with hypertension, there's too much that mitigates against the care we give to the patients. People have all kinds of misconceptions about the drugs, misconceptions about hospitals, alternative medicines that are available. The general belief system of Ghanaians just makes it so difficult sometimes to identify the disease and to treat it optimally. You identify a patient, the BP is 200, 150, and you want to give a medication, they're asking you, the side effect. What do you think of the side effect? Could it cause impotence? Could it cause that? And they forget that it won't matter that you are impotent when you've had a stroke or when you have heart failure. So the issues are really, really big, but hypertension by far is the biggest driver of all these things, and when we tackle it, I think we'll achieve a lot. Thank you.
Fifi, what's the number one cause of stroke? And if we're able to tackle that, risk factor, can we bring down stroke significantly? So if there's a particular disease that is driving stroke, what is it?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Doku. I think, as and I'm sure everybody knows the answer. Yes, of course, it's hypertension. In fact, it's more than 70%, about 70 to 80%, and especially in our part of the world, we have that high risk of hypertension, more than 80%. And like Dr. Forson just said, if you come to our stroke units, you will get every single patient being hypertensive, and it's quite scary, especially even for the young people. About 50% of them also have hypertension, and then the first time they get to know they're hypertensive is when they have the complications, when they are down with the stroke, and you ask them, are you hypertensive? They say, no, I've never been told, and it's scary because it's not like the other disease where maybe you can have a symptom, I have this, so I have to go and check it. This is a disease that will not give you any symptom at all, and so you won't go and check it, and that's the patient's problem. And even if he's been told, you'll be amazed how patients can come with stories. Oh, I woke up late this morning, yesterday I had a bad day. First day, the second day, he comes with a different story, And so they don't really seek health care for these hypertension. This is what we need to do. One of the big studies they did amongst blacks in Ghana and Nigeria, called the Cyrus study, again was hypertension, more than 70 to 80%. And the young people were the ones with the hypertension, and they had the worst kinds of stroke. So I think if we're able to tackle hypertension, we can take care of about 80% of our strokes. And it's been done elsewhere, back in the developed countries. The US have been able to draw from number 2, number 3 to number 6. In 2019, stroke is now number 2 in Ghana. So it's quite scary, and you are saying it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. So if you tackle hypertension, it would be a good thing.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's clap for Fifi. So it's clear hypertension is the main driver of this kidney disease, heart disease, and stroke. But where are these hypertensions? You are the community person. You are the public health person. We sit in Kolebu, read 37, and get all these. The community has the risk factors, but the community is not uniform. Okay? But where are the bulk of the hypertensions in Ghana?
Thank you very much, Dr. Doku. It actually, you have the bulk of the hypertensions with urban poor. And the sad thing is that in the urban poor, it's with the women. In the urban areas, it's with the men. And then we also realize that it's in the coastal areas, which research has shown us that is in the coastal areas. As recent as 2021 and 2020 studies, and these were systematic reviews and meta-analysis reviews. That's they brought up 11 papers, 15 papers, and to show that this is what is happening. But from my experience, I've worked in 5 districts, and out of it, there were 2 coastal districts. And I've worked, and out of the 5, there was a rural district. And we used to do a lot of community screenings. And you realize that out of these 5 districts that I've worked, where the 2 are coastal districts, whenever we do community screening, we have about 1 in 2. The last one was in Nungwa. But the sad incident, as Dr. Folsom was giving her incidents, was one we did at Tema Station. That was also a coastal, low, poor area in the urban area, Greater Accra. This gentleman at the age of 29 was a coconut seller. We had gone to beg him to come for the screening. He said no. He had to make ends meet. I remember one woman who said that I needed to sell the bread. If I don't sell the bread, how can I buy your drug? So I can't come. When we got to the it's like a health post at Tema Station, they brought this gentleman I will never forget, who had a stroke. Immediately I said, a 29-year-old with a stroke, it must be a point-time bleed. And when we took him to Ridge Hospital, he lost his life. Here he was with a girlfriend was actually also a Kayayi. And that's a typical story. It's in my head and in my face. And in Krowo, along the coast, the same thing. We screened 120 people, 56 were hypertensives. Only 2 knew they were not hypertensive. So Dr. Doku, it's in the urban poor. The urban poor is with the women. The urban middle upper class is with the men. But the interesting story is that the OPD hypertensive will give you females as high. But prevalence shows that the men are there. Then this means that we are not picking them. They will end up with Fifi, Abba, and Vincent as renal, as cardiac, and as strokes. So that's the story. The urban poor, the urban women, rural, the urban poor women, the urban men, and that's the situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. See, let's clap for the problem is out there.
That's right.
Okay, the strokes don't drop from the sky. They come from the community. Okay, and these are people you meet at church, meet at meetings, and we need to do a lot more. My last question, even before I mention my last question, what I've seen over the years is that slowly I'm getting interested in going to the community. I'm head of cardiology at Kolebu, head of the Cardiovascular Society of Ghana, but I've realized that, look, what we see at the regional hospital, what we see at the district hospital, what we see at the teaching hospital, we cannot control them. Fifi, how many strokes can you accomplish? Look, how many beds do you have? Boima, look, if you go to Kolebu, they are expanding, they are building, what are you doing about the dialysis center?
So our original unit is overwhelmed, so we work 24/7, and the machines break down because they don't have any rest. Dr. Uwa is aware of all these problems. And then, so we actually, Kolebu Teaching Hospital took the initiative to build an extension by establishing a cabin which contains 15 more machines. But it's a long-term plan which the Ghana Ministry of Health, together with VAMED, and they are now building a renal urology center which will house more machines, about 30 machines to cater for these patients. Don't clap yet.
That's right.
Because it's even though it appears good and then it may congest, it may decongest our existing unit. It's about the inflow. So in the next few years, if we don't prevent, we will come back to square one, overwhelmed with numbers again.
So my question is, what's the precondition for the next 10 years if you're going to reduce the numbers? Because building more stroke centers, building more heart failure units, building more kidney, the percentage of Ghanaians who can afford is not going to change. And trust me, when somebody is on dialysis, I don't know whether any of you have had a relative who is on dialysis, that person's quality of life is gone down. That person, the whole family need to support this person. Do you understand? And so managing patients, with dialysis is not the way to go. The way to go is what? Is to close the tap. Okay? And I'm happy my colleagues and myself, we are beginning to realize that, look, sitting in Kolebu, sitting in 37, sitting in these, places, even though government spend a lot of money, maintaining regional hospitals, district hospitals, and teaching hospitals, actually, where the problem is, where we should be focusing on, the communities, making sure that the community change their lifestyle. Those who have hypertension, we detect them. Because look, we can build dialysis centers in every district. It's not going to solve it, And majority of dialysis patients die. Okay, some start today, in a year's time, they can't afford. Some go and sell cars, houses, So really the money that's supposed to take care of kids, take care of them in school are not being used, So the best way is what? Is to prevent and hypertension. So my last question to my colleagues is, what's the precondition to reducing this cardiovascular morbidity and mortality? What should we be doing as a country? We've launched a guideline, we've done this, but is it enough? As a country, should we be doing a lot more to be able to have this reversal of the trend, to making sure that, yes, the number of people who are coming and the young people. But last week I was on duty and I saw 2 people, one with end-stage kidney disease and another person, that's a gentleman, with a stroke. The lady, 40 years, the last child is 3 years old. And the poor husband said, oh, yeah, when she was going to deliver, then when they told her she has hypertension, but after she delivered, she hasn't really gone back to take any medication. It was cerebral hemorrhage, there was increased intracranial pressure, and then a few days later, I told my resident, really, we don't have the capacity to manage. Somebody needs to be managed in ICU. We can't manage. The poor old lady died a few days later. And that's the common story across. And that's what reflects in the DIMS, the national data. So what should we do to reduce this trend? Because Ghanaians are going to die. The workforce is going to suffer. So what should we do differently to reduce this morbidity and mortality for cardiovascular? Fifi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duke. I think, like you said initially, we need to move away from the acute care. Just Mikolebu, Konfanochi, all the teaching hospitals, regional hospitals, it's just acute care. Even for the strokes, for the renal, they are there for a short period. What happens later? How much can we solve within these? How much can we solve? But the bulk of the problem is in the community. So we need to move from where we are in our comfort zone and move straight into the community, and then actually fish them out. Fish them out, because like you said, prevention is better than cure. It's been hypertension, 50, 70, more than 70% of all the things you've been saying. Can we identify these people in the community? Can we screen them? And also, can we educate them? That's more important, you see, because if you screen them and say you're not going to take the medication, we are back to square. We are back to where you started from. So I think that we need to go into the community, look for them, educate them, and then we can also treat them very well. Thank you.
Yes, I think Fifi has said the real meat of it. We can't sit in Kolebu waiting for the strokes to come in for us to manage. We need to go into the communities and catch the hypertensives and manage them optimally so they don't come in with strokes. So that would take a nice chunk of the intervention. It will be active screening. But what happens after you screen them and you've identified some patients to be hypertensive? Like I said, we need to educate them on the need to get optimal treatment. And apart from educating the patients, it's become very important to also strengthen the structures that are going to deal with these hypertensive patients as they come in. So infrastructure, equipment, human resource, everything that is needed to be able to get that hypertension under control. So we need training. It's good that Ghana Heart Initiative is doing this. It's training personnel, it's enhancing knowledge, it's providing equipment. It's a very good way to start, because once they come in, we must be ready to be able to handle them. And also not just the medical side of their care, but what about their perceptions? I'm so particular about this because in Ghana, everybody has a perception and an opinion about hypertension. There's always something else that somebody else will tell them to take over and above what we know to be the right thing. And that mitigates us against us a whole lot. Patients are told they have high blood pressures. They are started on medication. Take the medication for a month. BP comes down and they don't come again. Because some of them say they don't even know they are supposed to come back for a review. So there's a whole lot that should be done with the healthcare system, the human resource, and also with the people themselves. But the issue is to deal with the hypertension in all ways that we can. Thank you.
So I'm going to use this glass. From birth, all of us have a certain degree of predisposition to disease. But some people have their predisposition at the bottom, others may have it right in the middle. So those who have it here, you're going to add other risk factors on top. to develop the disease. So if you're going to develop a heart disease from that predisposition, you're going to add diabetes, hypertension, salt intake, lack of exercise. You're going to add a lot of behaviors that you shouldn't have been doing, etc. Once the glass gets full, you develop disease. But can we keep the glass empty? Can we reduce the rate at which we add these environmental factors? Can we even avoid adding them at all? We need to go to the community, because hypertension is linked to a lot of things. Inactivity, increased salt intake, obesity, dietary behaviors, etc. These people have to be educated on all these things so we can prevent the development of cardiovascular disease. I'll continue from the perception point of view. In fact, medical students went to a community along the line of this man's hometown area. And then they realized that in that community, quite a number of them...
Why are you afraid to say sugar copper area?
Quite a number of them were paralyzed on one side. So they were asking what was going on. The people believed that it was punishment from the gods. It was a village. So in the evening, when they were eating, they realized that these people, these villagers, their food was full of salt, was super saturated with salt, and that's the way they enjoy their food. In addition, the fish along the coast, they salt their fish, they do other stuff, etc. So it's obvious that there is something that is driving hypertension, perhaps stroke in this village, which is being attributed to punishment from gods. And therefore perception is important, the diet is important, exercise is important, lose weight is important, eat healthy fruit and vegetables, etc. The people have to be educated to change their way of life in order to control this cardiovascular disease menace that really we are suffering in the countries. Otherwise, some of us are going to run away from the hospital because we can't handle the burden of people who are coming with chronic kidney disease. Thank you.
Okay, so we've been talking a lot and these are from the experts, but I know you're also involved in the health system. You're doing a lot. The director of the NCD program is here on the team, Dr. Leonung. Anti-Charity is here, Greater Accra, Salah, and a lot of district directors are here. Dr. Bafo Boning, Bafo Wua, you know, you're all here. We want to hear from you. You can either ask a question or contribute. So what is your experience? What should we be doing differently? So please come forward, raise your hand. Yes, Dr. Mufa. Let's clap for Dr. Mufa, former Director General of Ghana Health Service.
Thank you very much, and to thank you for the opportunity for former Deputy Director General. Rather. In fact, at the tail end of your presentation, you actually hit the nail right on the head. You see, all along, we've been taking hypertension as a risk factor, as if it's the end point. And it's a risk factor for strokes, kidney disease, and other things. No problem, and the evidence is there. But actually, what is causing the hypertension is the issue. I mean, the risk factors to hypertension have to be addressed. One of them is exactly what you said, the salt intake. Sugar sweetening beverages are all over the place. And the interrelationship between hypertension, diabetes, and almost all the others are some of the key issues. Not until those type of things are addressed. I tell you, just as you say, you all run away from where you are just because of the burden. So the primary prevention intervention. Prevention is always better than cure. Actually, it's very true in this case. And the last one is the unbridled advert of aphrodisiacs. I mean, immediately you mention it, people dodge it, but I tell you, the kidney diseases you are seeing I'll be amazed if you have to go into that and actually look at as a correlation between those. It's almost an epidemic now, and not until that is addressed, I mean, you continue increasing the morbidity and mortality, and it will worsen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, Dr. Amofa is very, let's clap for him again. So, yes, when it comes to disease prevention, there's something we call primordial prevention, where we change our lifestyles, our diets, alcohol intake, exercise, smoking. These will prevent the development of hypertension. This would reduce the development of what? The high cholesterol. This will reduce the development of diabetes. Now, these diseases or risk factors then will now cause the stroke. So, the most important thing that we need to do is, as a population, we need to change our lifestyle. We create a system where alcohol intake is reduced, smoking, at public places banned, and then also, we create an environment for people to exercise. And then we also create this avenue, the herbalists, and all these people, they have the chance to advertise on TV, but you and I cannot advertise. There has to be a regulatory framework to make sure that, yes, whatever they say, is it the truth? If somebody says, I have this medicine that can cure asthma, that same medicine can cure hemorrhoids or piles. That same medicine can cure diabetes and hypertension. And they are so, they are given the platform and they talk all kinds of things. And so people hear these and then, look, they stop their medication. They rather want to take a drug that will cure hypertension. Because you say control with medication, they say cure. So there's a lot of things out there. And Dr. Mufa, thank you for bringing it up. Yes. A lady, yes, Salah, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think that I just want to add to the fact that I think for all we do, it looks as if the community is where we should hit at. We are speaking about the fact that we see patients and they don't come back for care. But the question is, we need to build capacity at that CHIPS and that health center level so that the prescriber or whoever there is able to do diagnosis and management of cardiovascular, hypertension and diabetes. And it comes back to the fact that also treatment. We should be able to pay for treatment of hypertension and diabetes at that health center level as well, because eventually a lot of the time the patients are sent to the district hospital. Look at probably in regions or communities, they have to travel a long distance to the district hospital to be able to get care. So building capacity at the community level is really important. And I think that we also have to strengthen what is it that we are eating. We have spoken about even our local delicacies. Now go to our wache joints, go to our cocoa and kose joints, which are TZs, which are supposed to be what the urban poor or whoever is supposed to eat. And it has been refined to look like our fast foods. So much oil, so much salt. And so it's in Maggie cube. So it's really important that all those things, education, that the way it used to taste was the best, and not the new taste that we are cultivating. It's really, and also screening at the community level, because the fisherman will go to the fishing place. We spoke about our men. It looks as if our screening activities are based in our churches, and that's where we find our women. But our men, a lot of times, are not in the churches. Our men are in the bars. Our men are under the trees playing dummies. And those are the places we should have our screening activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll invite Mrs. Richi to the microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Yvonne Irinchiwa Isiku. I'm rector of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. I agree totally that the focus should be in the community. And there is evidence to show that before anybody goes to a clinic, up to 75 to 85% of Ghanaians would go to a community pharmacy. And so it is important that we focus on how we can empower community pharmacy practitioners to screen and identify and refer. I think right now, at the last health summit, one of the things that came up was that we do not incorporate even data from community pharmacies. I believe that all the things we're talking about, we are not even including data from what community pharmacies are catching. And yet, there are people go to the community pharmacies, they are screened, they are advised to go to the hospital. Now, if you advise a person to go to the hospital and they are going to start the whole process, it is a disincentive. But if there is a system, a structural system, where a community pharmacist can actually refer, and so that referral system is put in place, the person knows that going from this community pharmacy to the hospital, I am going to see this person. I'm not going to start the whole process of discussing all my issues with everybody before I have to go. And it's a simple referral system. I think that can be done. And that is something that we can incorporate into our structure. One, it gives us the information, what is happening everywhere, and not just in the public service. And I think that even when we say private service facilities, we actually mean private clinics. We don't mean community pharmacies. And yet, up to 85%, and there is data to show that, of people will go to the community pharmacy first. It is very, very important that we structure this in this way so that when the people come, we may not always be able to go to do the outreaches. But if they have a headache, they will go to the community pharmacy. And if the community pharmacist is empowered to screen and then capture the data and refer the person, and the person knows I'm going with a referral, it will be easier. Then we will have fewer renal cases, strokes, and heart attacks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, sir. Yeah, so.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Yuenchi, this is a very important point you have raised. And this is what the Ghana Heart Initiative, GIZ, and their sponsors seek to do. So if you take the cardiovascular guideline that has just been launched, you would see that there's provision for every level of health care in terms of what you can do. So for instance, if you take hypertension, they tell you health facility without medical doctor or health workers, that you can use the guideline under that particular topic to manage your patient, and there are specific indications under this particular heading which tells you when to refer the patient, if you look at it clearly. So you can refer the patient from your level to the next level. But at your level, they tell you also what you can do before referring the patient. There are specific indications for that referral. In addition to that, as you can see, they've also taken the steps to go to the community. So you're going to screen people in the coastal communities for hypertension, and every level of healthcare has been included in this project as well, from the community pharmacies to a CHIPS compound to the doctors, etc. All of them are involved also in this project. So this is the problem that is existing that you have outlined clearly, and this is what Ghana Health Initiative, GIZ, and their sponsors are seeking. This is the gap that they are seeking to fill in terms of management of the patients. Thank you.
To add to what Dr. Maiba said, and I'm so excited because I have 3 specialists is public health. And what we have really been spearheading is to have clinical public health partnership. We can't do it separately. And as I listen to Dr. Fosun, I'm so excited as to, for the first time, I see the desire. Now, the system is there. In the public health, Ghana Health Service system, they are there. So it's just system strengthening. Like the pharmacists, the head of pharmaceutical, the college said, about the data, that's really true. But ideally, the community health nurse is supposed to pick data from you. So all we are saying is beautifully laid down. The steps are there. But today we are all happy together to make sure that it works. So for the district director, who works in the district, supposed to work with you, pick your data and add it. Now where it's going to get to DIMS is where Freddie and his team will help us as to how it goes to the DIMS. So what I wanted to add is that the systems are there. The CHIPS compounds are there. And you won't get a CHIPS compound in Accra, but you get a zone. The CHNs are there. The public health nurses are all over. But as the initiative, the projects we are going to do, as we pilot it and we see the result, it will be exciting. It's just the strengthening of the systems that are already there, where public health is ready to work with clinical care, and there's a bridge already there. And the referral is that Dr. Salah's point. Lekma Polyclinic is close to Nungwa bus stop, but you have 3 taxis before you get there. Isn't it interesting? 3 taxis, and they can't pay. So we need to get down so that the health center at the beach will be able to manage the cases. I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Dr. Nkommo online. Please unmute yourself and then make your contribution. Hello, Dr. Nkommo.
Who is it? Sorry.
All right. Yeah, the last question, please. Would you like to
My name is Dr. Jacob Abebrese, Senior Specialist, Institutional Care Division, Ghana Health Service. I think it is a very good idea, the Ghana Heart Initiative coming up with the guidelines on cardiovascular diseases. My difficulty is that it looks like the problem has been held in the midway. The head is there and the legs are there. I'm saying so because all these discussions going on, who will say, let this be and it will be? When there's no conductor or the choir, then there's no kind of good music. These guidelines, if they could be lifted to the next level of policy by the ministry, then all the relevant stakeholders under the agencies and the stakeholders of the ministry could pick this up. That is where what should be done at the community level will be clearly and signed and sealed. What should be done at the district hospital, health centers, up to the primary health care, the secondary, tertiary, and now they say quaternary on all those things. Then it will be spelled out. And the owner of the sector will put the mandate, then everybody will be committed to it. Otherwise, all that you are saying is advice. I can assure you that when you get to a health district primary hospital, who is there to make sure that the good things that have been outlined here are being followed? We have had, don't forget, we have had a standard treatment guideline over the years. Who is even supervising the practice of juniors and all those things on? So sometimes when you are in the teaching hospital doing house job and all those things, I mean, we know senior residents who supervise, and as soon as you get out of there, that document doesn't belong to the health center. If you have good house officers, they will make copies and try to practice it in the regional hospital or subsequently the district hospital. I think we need a policy which is a bigger document on this, and this can be part of it, and then overall we can have a good system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abebese.
I think thank you very much. I think all what you said is part of the NCD policy that has been developed. All these things really are in the policy. You know, I think 5 main areas. Looking at prevention, looking at detection of the diseases, looking at health system strengthening, looking at collaboration, and looking at finance, you know. So the management, the prevention, they are all in the guideline and they are all in the policy. So if you read the NCD policy, which came out March, April this year, they are all there. So it's not just an isolated guideline. It's gone down to the policy, and this is what is going to drive management of cardiovascular disease and all the NCD across Ghana. Thank you very much. I think we'll end here. There are lots of other hands up, but because of time, please, we have to end here. So have you enjoyed or have you learned something? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doku and the panelists. Thank you so much for the insight into what is going on in this nation. Yes. Hello. It seems Dr. Nkommo is online. Please, let's spare a few minutes to listen to his contribution. Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. And I really wanted to thank Dr. Doku and the team for such a lovely presentation, and the Honorable Minister, as well as the German. My contribution goes to Minister of Health. Can we remove NCD from being a unit to being a department? Let me repeat. Can we remove NCD from being a unit to being a department? If NCDs are your #1 killer and you keep NCD as a unit, then you must be not looking at the data very well. Why am I saying this? For a long time, some of us have had the chance to work at the Ministry of Health, and we've had contributions to encourage both Ministry of Health and its sub-units, Ghana Health Service, the ambulance service, the teaching hospitals, to come together and elevate the status of NCDs. We haven't done that. So if you're saying we're moving to the community, which I agree, because I did epidemiology, I like preventive cardiovascular medicine, but I think that if we want to move to the community, we have to first agree that NCDs are not well positioned as the minister is making us believe. If you go to the website of NCDs or the publications of NCDs, there's little mention about hypertension being #1 killer of Ghanaians. Most of the topics they talk about is cancer. And I don't think that if we do not recognize NCDs as a problem in Ghana and elevate the department status, give it the status with which we should respect, and then enlist all the universities that are in public health to help us, we will not be fighting the battle very well. You can do anything you want in the community, but without giving that status to NCD as a department, giving it the right tools to work, the right amount of money to do what it's supposed to do, then we are really going to be struggling. So, for instance, these guidelines has been released since 2019. Is it in the standard treatment guidelines? So, I will conclude by saying that Minister of Health, do your own work, clean your house, elevate NCDs, make sure we have a specialist training program for the Ghana. We need to have a specialist training program. Right now, how many hospitals have specialists? You can count them. We have 16 regional hospitals, but how many of them actually have a physician specialist? Not to talk about a kidney doctor, not to talk about a heart doctor, not to talk about a neurologist. So we may move to the community, but remember, public health interventions take a long time to change the dynamics. So for the next 10 years, as we're doing the preventive measures, we will be confronted by the onslaught of NCDs. How do we manage them? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nkommo, for your contribution. Thank you so much. It is now time for me to invite the chairman of today's event. Yeah, the chairman will do that, yes. Please, let's welcome the chairman of the event, that's Dr. Abafowa, to give his remarks and then respond to some of the queries. Thank
you. I want to first of all thank all of you for supporting me to chair this function. And I would say at this luncheon we've been informed that this national guideline for cardiovascular disease have been developed by Ghanaians for Ghanaians. And at the same time, the guidelines should be used for, daily care of patients across all levels, not as a ceremonial document. And the guidelines is also going to be used for early detection, treatment, and training of health workforce across all levels. And from the plenary discussion, one thing has come more clear. As a clinical care personnel like myself, over the years, I've been asking myself, of all the knowledge that I've acquired as a clinician, I use just less than 5% to practice, because those who really need my services are at the periphery. In Ghana, I would say most of us are specialists. We are trained to manage largely palliative care patients in the teaching and regional hospitals. And I was happy to learn from my colleagues that we think now we have to change. We have to change and rather move our services to the communities. Because if we detect the disease early, manage them appropriately at the community level, they will not come to the Kolebus, the Konfanoche, the teaching hospitals. So if we be invited to this meeting or this luncheon, I think the take-home message for all of us is, let's all begin to look at changing the way we deliver clinical care. And I have been talking about community health specialist services. Community health specialist services. And back to the comments, the last two comments, I think my two colleagues have not read the NCD policy and at the same time this cardiovascular disease guidelines. If you look at the date, the cardiovascular disease guideline was developed 2019. And that was the time that we were revising the NCD policy. So the minister said, let's get the policy before the guidelines, because the guidelines is a subset of the policy. And anybody who have also read the policy, we said the NCD program should be elevated to a division. So the process, the implementation of the policy is ongoing. During the development of the policy, we all identified that now that NCD incidents prevalent, they are all increasing, we cannot continue to have NCD program. We need a division like we have Family Health Division in Ghana Health Service. We have Public Health Division. So I will entreat my colleagues to read the policy and at the same time the guidelines. When we started, it was like let's develop guidelines, and we emphasized that we need level-specific guidelines, that wherever you are in Ghana, whether you are in Chiefs Compound, sub-district, you can use these guidelines. So please, let's take time to read the policy and the guidelines, and all these questions that we are asking will be addressed. So we are living here today. Let's begin to think about, I was telling Dr. Amofa this morning that if I have my own way, hospitals should be care should change to manage those of us who think we are well, so that if you go for wellness check and you are sick, then they manage you instead of the traditional way that you wait for the person to fall down before we manage them. And I think, to me, that's the way to go. When COVID came, we all have COVID cards, vaccination cards, isn't it? Why can't we have health passports that wherever you are going, you have that passport that indicates you are not hypertensive, you are not diabetic, you are not this. This is, to me, the way to go in the non-communicable disease era. So I want to thank all of you once again. This is the beginning, and we will continue to engage ourselves. And we want to thank our partners that, yes, this is the beginning. We have completed the first phase. I like the way we put it, that we are all going to continue to partner. Partnership, you know, the Sustainable Development Goal 17, partnership. What we've done here today is a clear demonstration of that. Partnership and collaboration. Ministry of Health alone cannot do it. We need the private sector to partner the ministry to move this agenda of prevention and control non-communicable disease forward. And we are using what we have learned today as a project to also bring on board other NCDs. We are talking about diabetes, we are talking about sickle cell diseases, injuries, mental health. We have not even mentioned mental health. We are going to use the same tools to control and prevent some of all the non-communicable diseases. So I want to thank you finally for your attention and your support for this launching. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our chairman, for the closing remarks. Before we draw the curtains and bring things to a close, I would like to invite you to open the bags that were given to you. You discover that there's a card this way, a card like this in the bag. It has two sides. The first side is on the national guidelines for management of cardiovascular diseases. Once you scan it, you get a soft copy. Yes. And then when you turn the back, it is also on, no, yes. So the other one is on the Asamoah Care app. When you scan the back, you get the Asamoah Care app. That's a soft copy. So please take note. And then we also encourage you to use the call center. The number is 0800 111 111. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to call on Mr. Rudolph Mensah of the Ministry of Health to give us the closing prayer. Then from here, we're going to take some more. Yes. From here, we close and then we take lunch. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we please be upstanding? Heavenly Father, we thank you for a successful end to today's meeting. We started with you and we are ending with you. We wouldn't have done it without you because many are our plans, but you established them. Lord, we pray that you give us the strength to implement and take action on everything that we've discussed here. And as we leave, let your angels go before us with us. And in the end, we shall give you glory. This we ask in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much for coming. But we'd like to take some group photographs here before we depart. So, yeah, the high table will take group photograph with the other members who are here from the technical committee. Yes. No. No, this time. Hello, please join the. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. All right, so the next, we are WHO, PATH, GACI participants, please join them, take one big family picture. Thank you. Yes, so please join them. Yes, sir.
Fiscal discipline really is the ability of government to balance revenues and expenditures. And when discipline is not maintained, expenditures inevitably exceed revenues, and that creates a deficit. Following where we are, government has focused in the 2022 budget on fiscal consolidation to enhance debt and fiscal sustainability as we implement our economic revitalization and transformation program. The measures that have been implemented in the 2022 budget include validation and revenue-enhanced measures to reposition our economy. Indeed, the implementation of the measures highlighted in the 2022 budget should lead to a significant fiscal adjustment from a projected deficit of 12.1% of GDP in 2021 to 7.4% of GDP in 2022. And this represents a 4.7 percentage point adjustment, a downward adjustment in the deficit in 1 year. In January 2022, government announced and began implementing a 20% expenditure cut as part of the fiscal stabilization and debt sustainability measures through the Minister for Finance. And this was followed by an additional 10% cut in discretionary expenditure, all in an attempt to balance the fiscal position and restore fiscal discipline following the banking crisis, the COVID, the Ukraine and Russia war, and so on. In addition, the Ministry of Finance has strengthened expenditure monitoring systems and processes to ensure effective implementation of these measures. For instance, government called for efficient use of energy resources, and in line with this, fuel coupon allocations to all political appointees and heads of government institutions, including SOEs, were cut by 50% effective 1st April this year. To cut waste in the compensation budget, government is also working with the Internal Audit Agency to eliminate ghost workers from the government payroll. To this, all public institutions have been directed to submit headcount copies of their monthly salary validation reports to the Internal Audit Agency and Controller and Accountant General's Department by the 15th of every month for validation. The Internal Audit Agency will in turn follow up on these reports to authenticate and check the existence of the staff and connect their productivity to remuneration being paid by government. By this, ladies and gentlemen, government is taking steps to save a lot of money from ghost names, and I'll come back to this in a bit, and to pursue those who do not work but get paid. These and other strategic measures adopted by government are to ensure fiscal discipline in our financial systems and anchor economic sustainability.
Macroeconomic developments in the first 7 months of 2022. Ghana's economic situation has deteriorated rapidly in the first 7 months of the year. Over the period, the macroeconomy has become highly unstable, with all the key indicators worsening at rapid rates. Consequently, the execution of the 2022 budget has not gone as to plan, with fiscal position in the first half of the year turning out worse than the government initially projected. First, the relative price stability the country has enjoyed in the past few years has disappeared. as year-on-year consumer price inflation rate, which averaged, for instance, 9.9% and 10.0% in 2020 and 2021, respectively, stood at 13.9% in January 2022. The inflation rate increased to 19.4% in March and further to as high as 31.7% in July 2022. Indeed, the July rate is the highest rate of inflation recorded in Ghana since November 2003. That's a period of more than 18 years. Partly driving the surge in inflation is a sharp depreciation of the exchange rate since the beginning of 2022. From January to the end of July 2022, the interbank exchange rate of the cedi against the US dollar depreciated by 21.1%, compared with a depreciation rate of only 0.7% in the same period in 2021. The Forex Bureau exchange rate of the cedi against the US dollar depreciated by as high as 27.3% from the beginning of January to the end of July 2022. Interest rates have also increased sharply, reflecting the soaring inflation and tightening of monetary policy by the central bank. Both the 91 and 182-day Treasury bill rates, the principal indicators of government short-term borrowing costs, have more than doubled in the first 7 months of the year, rising from 12.51% and 13.19% to 26.34% and 28.06% respectively. Similarly, the daily interbank interest rate jumped from 12.7% to 21.87% in the period, while the average commercial bank lending rate rose from 20.04% to 24.7% from January to June this year. So you can all appreciate the rate of deterioration in macroeconomic stability. Review all the social intervention programs and policy initiatives with the goal of helping to reduce government spending. It is important for the government to reduce budgetary pressures arising from the various social intervention programs and policy initiatives, such as Free SHS, Agenda 111, You Start Ghana Cares, and so on and so forth, by scaling down some of them and eliminating those that can be eliminated through a comprehensive review. Such bold policy changes will enhance the government's fiscal consolidation efforts and help to lift Ghana out of its present crushing fiscal situation, which is driving the macroeconomic instability.
Government is very much aware of the efforts being put in place by personnel of the service under the dynamic leadership of the Inspector General of Police and members of the Police Management Board to intensify targeted operations in communities which hitherto were notorious for violent crime. Indeed, special teams have been trained and positioned in defined locations to make it difficult, if not impossible, for criminals to have a field day. The teams also provide escort services to commercial vehicles plying some of our important roads to ensure the safety of travelers. These teams are supported with highly trained intelligence officers who have been deployed to all the 18 police regions in the country. We are all witnesses to the gains that have been made in combating violent crime, with the police taking the fight to criminal elements in the society, who choose to work against our collective safety and security. I commend wholeheartedly these strides made by the police. The ongoing program to boost the manpower needs of the service is necessary for the effective implementation of the bold strategic interventions launched by the service to improve its service delivery to the good people of this country. Government last year gave approval for the police to recruit 5,000 officers. Some 3,000 of those recruited have passed out, with the remaining still under training. These officers are the first batch of men and women to benefit from the modified police training curricula, which is focused on equipping the police officers with skills in driving, swimming, and motorbike riding, in addition to other tactical and soft skills. That is why I'm happy to hand over these 1,500 motorbikes to the police service to urge further the service on to continue doing the good work it is doing to keep all of us safe. I'm confident that these bikes will be put to very good use as they will reach the communities who need them most. I assure the police administration that this is just the beginning. More and more motorbikes will come in soon to help ensure that every single community in the country benefits from the enhanced community policing model. Government will increase the number of motorbikes presented by government to 5,000 by the end of next year. As you take over these motorbikes, know that Ghanaians will expect you to show presence, improve your response time, and be out there to patrol the streets and the inner cities. I urge you to help ensure that no community is left out in the distribution of these bikes, even as you prioritize the areas that are most crucial. I entreat officers who will use these bikes to take good care of them, but more importantly, to pay particular attention to their safety and the safety of other road users while on the road. Accordingly, ladies and gentlemen, I have the big honor and pleasure to declare the 1,500 motorbikes duly commissioned, and I invite the Inspector General of Police to receive the motorbikes on behalf of the police administration. May God bless the police service and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong.
All the keys to the motorbikes by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to the Sector Minister, the Minister for the Interior, Honorable Ambrose Derry, who has just handed it to the
We are in to pay bills. Nobody can say you will not pay bills. You can't do that. You can't use electricity and say I will not pay bills.
The never-ending impasse between the Electricity Company of Ghana and residents of the Krobo area for over the past 2 weeks has resulted in the cut of power supply to the entire Krobo land. Today, on this special episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, we are in the Krobo municipality to speak to some residents and to find out from them how we got here. This is Say It Loud with me, George AEC. The people of Kroboland, just like any other Ghanaian community, enjoyed electricity supply until 2014, when the business relationship between residents of the area and the Electricity Company of Ghana took a different turn. The issue that brought it up overbilling?
So from 2014 to 2017, a committee, Kofi Afel committee, also state that 2014, 2017, that bill should be cancelled. There is a chart with ECG, also show that that bill is refencing. There is difference between cancellation and refencing. Refencing means maybe tomorrow you can bring that thing out, that this is your debt, you will pay. By my understanding, from 2018 to 2022 or 2021, they are giving 5 years period to pay. Now, our concern, major concern is, if I Nene Sakino, this house, I own a debt. I must know that maybe I own 20,000 Ghana cedi on my meter. So by giving me prepaid, maybe you will be taking 5 cedi anytime I buy prepaid. Then I know that by 1 year, that bill will be clear from the system. So that after 1 year, if you are still charging me, then I have to find out why you are doing so. If that thing having been done, and you say I own you, without knowing the history of my meter, the amount that I own on my meter, which means if 30 years, and you say you are taking that debt, I have nothing because you say I owe you. I didn't know the actual amount. You just summarize everything that the Krobos own 160 million Ghana cedi. 160 million Ghana cedi. Every meter, we have to know, technically, we have to know the amount that every meter consumes. If that has been done, because there are some new meters which have been given to people, even they are not operating yet. Those meters, there is no debt on it. They will be removed them and fees prepaid, which means those meters also will pay a debt.
We were paying bills until 2014, overbilling started. You said maybe this shop pay 50 cedis a month. All of a sudden, 5,000 start coming. 1 meter, one shop, 3,000, 2,000. So abnormal bills. So when we started the noise, they themselves accepted that it was an error, a mistake. So what do? You come and sit with the people. These same mistakes they are demanding, because you said it was an error. Later you say I should come and be paying small. Where do you done that? And that thing started 2014 till date. ECG does not come and sit with the people to suggest how the thing. They will go to maybe the paramount chief. When they go to the paramount, whatever the paramount chief will say, then they took it like that. But the paramount chief doesn't, excuse me, so he doesn't pay bill for me. I am the victim. I'm your customer. ECG, you are my customer. So come to me. Since 2014, since the demonstration 2014, they stopped bringing in bills. So they accumulated the bills. Then they came and they say we should pay all. I can't pay like that.
About 5 years ago, when this thing happened, it started with overbill. So when the overbill came, we tried to solve it. We couldn't. Anytime we make effort to solve the problem, we couldn't solve it. So that's till now, that problem is still there.
Why is the problem not being solved? Is it that you are refusing to understand the position of the ECG, or the ECG is refusing to understand the people of Krobo?
The ECG, they don't want to understand us. They want us to do what they want, but they don't want us to do what we want.
And what is it that you want?
The prepaid is not the problem. When there's no problem, when the prepaid come, we accept it. But now there's problem, so you have to solve the problem first before the prepaid.
People speculate that the people of Krobo do not want to pay any light bills, but the power is not our family property. We never had any issues since 1969 when electricity was first brought to this area. But from 2014 to 2016, we're receiving bills as much as 8,000 Ghana cedis. Imagine an old lady at home being asked to pay a bill of 8,000 Ghana cedis. So we said no. From 1969 to 2014, we have never received such bills.
1969, ever drew 2014, like the massa, and this and Cabeza,
We have asked that we investigate and find a solution, but now they are insisting on introducing the prepaid meters. But we are also saying we won't accept the prepaid meters because it is a ploy to have us pay for the debt.
To find a lasting solution to this, ECG has sought to replace all the existing postpaid meters in the area with prepaid meters, but this has been met with resistance from residents.
I can't believe all of a sudden we didn't know they bring in soldiers. The meter, the last time I checked, that meter in my house belonged to me. My name on it. So when you want to change that meter, you have to talk to me and tell me the reason you are changing the meter. I should accept before you take it off. You can't put gun on me and say, because I saw a military man handling gun, you have to take my meter off, then you feel prepared for me. We don't do that. They don't respect us. ECG doesn't respect us. We are in to pay bills. Nobody can say you will not pay bills. You can't do that. You can't use electricity and say I will not pay bills. We don't say that. We are paying until they started overbilling. The whole issue started with overbilling. I know a house around my house. I can take you there. They gave me 40,000 a household. 40,000. 40,000 house, not a mortuary or not a mock or maybe some company house, self-contained. He lived in the house with the wife and the kids. 40,000. He made a move to the ECG office. They said he should wait. He should be coming and be paying small. Wow.
So on what principle are you refusing to accept the prepaid?
Because of the overbill. That's why we don't want to accept the prepaid.
You are just asking that that debt be cancelled.
That's what all of us we are expecting. When the debt cancelled, when they bring the prepaid, we are going to accept it.
It is the overbilling that has resulted in all of this. Before this overbilling issue, we were paying electricity bills from the Kwame Nkrumah era till date.
Ever since generation, we are paying light bill. We have been paying. So when this thing started, this overbill, that caused the whole problem. Understand?
Amidst security and safety concerns for their staff, ECG has cut power supply to Krobo since July 27. This has had a significantly devastating effect on both social and economic activities.
Look at how people are suffering. Innocent people are suffering. Students are suffering, hospitals are suffering, and market women and myself. You see my shop, because I work with the fitters, the welders. Because of the light, my shop is down now.
We are suffering because we don't have lights now and we have to use generators. We use up to 3 gallons of a petrol a day before we are able to make ends meet. It has become a problem for us in Kroboland, and we know our customers do not have money to even get haircuts.
So have you increased your price?
Yeah.
I have now increased my prices. I used to charge about 7 cedis for a haircut, but it's now 10 cedis because of the fuel cost.
You say that because of that people are not coming that as they used to?
Because the money...
Patronage is also low because businesses have come to a halt because there's no money in the system. As a result of this, when they come, they ask for a reduction in a 10 cedi charge.
So if this continues for some time, how do you envision this is going to affect you? It's already affecting you, but going forward, if the light still doesn't come, how is it going to impact you?
It will greatly affect us because a lot of the folks have now relocated to villages and other towns. If the light do not come back on soon, it will greatly affect us. Drivers have also not been spared from the impact of this. Before the power cut, we had passengers traveling from Accra to purchase items including frozen fish. Now we travel in empty cars. We don't get passengers to pick because they complain they do not have power to even preserve their goods.
Dodo na first na yako form buy na omo wo fridge omo na omo use light no better omo nya mfaso adichi a omo se be kwa akra asa goto enam no bi anasa ashama anasa tema enso light ni we obia ntukwan biom. My
wife sells fish, but she has to stop because of the cost of fueling a generator, which has become very expensive.
You can see everywhere is dry. Nobody is around to work with. So there's problem. There's problem.
Talk about your customers. I mean, how is it really affecting you?
Really, it's affecting us because without the customers, we can't do anything. Without the customers, we can't work, we can't do anything. And we come and stay from morning to night. Nothing is happening. Then all of us will go home and come the next day. While almost a week now, nothing is happening.
When the girl I chop money, everything upset. Even our wife cries, we stop everything for us. So we need light. Yeah, immediately. Anything we solve that problem.
How much do you go home with a day?
Sometimes if I'm going home, I get 500, 600. Right now, if I'm going, nothing.
From 500 to zero.
Yes, sir. When you are zero, you don't get nothing. Because for 6 months, we know the job yet. The money are all finished. Yes, sir. So we back.
Do you have children?
Oh, really? My wife and children, they're all here.
How is this situation affecting you at home?
Hungry. We are hungry, seriously. We don't have anything to eat. Children will be crying. They'll go to school. They'll come back in the evening. Nothing. Daddy, where's our food? We don't have, because there's no light. We are in the darkness. From 6 o'clock, we see everybody running to go and sleep because we don't have light. So it's affecting us seriously.
Not even providers of essential services have been spared from the power cuts. The St. Martin de Porres Hospital in Agomenya handles over 300 patients at its OPD alone on a daily basis. The medical superintendent at the hospital, Dr. Stephen Kusi, told us how the facility has been getting by.
I think since the power outage, we have been running full services 24/7. We've been running our OPD, our inpatients, our maternity has been working fully, antenatal, children's ward. We've been doing all our elective cases and emergencies. I think that we're all hoping that the power will be restored so that we can go back to using power from ECG. We as clinicians have still been working, but then as management we realized that our generator, which is a very old generator, has been working 24/7 since this outage, and the fear is that if this generator kaputs, if it goes off, then that will be the end of our clinical service, because we are a fully digital institution. All our OPD, inpatients, pharmacy, lab, everything is fully automated, which means that we are completely and utterly dependent on power. So power from ECG obviously is the best choice, but in the absence of that, we're using our generator 24/7. Our old generator has been providing the power, but then we realized that if this generator kaputs, then that will be the end. And then also considering how much fuel we have been using, 5,000 cedis every single day to run this 24-hour service, it is simply not sustainable.
The hospital, despite managing to operate, is on the brink of a shutdown.
Management has decided that then we will need to reduce the amount of fuel that we spend. And then also, the generator also needs to be put off a bit to rest. Because if this generator goes off, that is the end of all clinical services in the facility. So that is where we are right now. It is not as if we are no longer running. We are still running a full 24/7 service. It's just that after 2 o'clock, we let the fuel get finished, and then we have to let the generator rest a bit. But then currently we are running a full service. OPD is working, our inpatients are also working. I think that this is not sustainable. Looking at the fact that we are not getting any proper communication from anybody in terms of ECG or the powers that be, we don't know how long this is going to go for. But then as clinicians, we need to advise ourselves, as management, we need to advise ourselves and know how to manage the institution prudently. Because if this generator should kaput, then that is it. St. Martin's will have to close down permanently.
The situation, according to the medical superintendent, is gradually having a toll on the morale of staff at the hospital.
It is obvious that if you live in a community where power has been off continuously for 2 weeks, where you cannot preserve your food, where you are scared to go out after 6 p.m., then you come to work grudgingly, but then you still have to come to work. And I think that if it continues to go on, we will have some agitation, because you can't continue to always come to work and then you go back home, there is no power to do anything. At all at home. Okay, you cannot preserve your food, you cannot do anything at all, and it is, of course, the heat is also very, very unbearable. So the security situation is more of a priority to management. Because of that, I believe we've changed a lot of their schedules to make sure that nobody is traveling within the community to come to work after 6 p.m. Those doing night duty are here by 6, and by 6 a.m. then they go back home.
Back in the towns, residents are keeping up with the situation by charging their phones and LED lights with generators at a fee. This proves an income-generating venture for some entrepreneurs. However, even those cashing in from the situation say they wish power will soon be restored to save their community from crisis.
We have been managing for the past 3 weeks. This is the business I started as a result of the crisis to make ends meet. If you charge a yam phone, it's about 3 Ghana cedis, and a touchscreen costs about 4 Ghana cedis. I charge the lamps for about 6 cedis.
The yam for yam 3 cedi. Okay. Get touch of 4 cedi.
Okay, so this will be the yam, what you refer to as the yam, and the smart ones
4 cedi.
The lamps are
6 cedis.
6 cedis.
Yeah.
Okay. And is it that you are happy that business is booming for you, or what?
I'm not doing this because I'm happy with our current predicament. Not at all. When people come, they ask for a reduction, but I cannot do that because of the cost of fuel at the moment.
Kroboland has always been said to be shining. However, the experience in the last 2 weeks has been different for indigenes and other residents, including essential service providers. What would usually be a bustling nightlife in the big towns of Krobo is now a silent, dark night. Amidst growing security concerns and the negative impact on socio-economic activities, the people of Krobo want power supply to be restored with urgency, while measures are taken to address the impasse about metering and bailing.
It hasn't been easy, my brother. I just got a new generator. It cost me 2,900 cedis, and then we are not working because there is no light. And the cost of fuel one of these days too, we cannot work with fuel. So I'm just waiting for 1 or 2 monies, Momo, so I can get to the station and get some fuel before I can start work. As you can see, I have a lot of things to work. This weekend there will be funerals around which I need to work for them, but yes, still I cannot do anything. So it's really not affecting us in our businesses. So we are pleading on the leaders so they should speak on our behalf, and we are also in need of the light, so we'll be able to work peacefully.
Yes, sir.
We are pleading with the government to intervene, so the old debt will be cancelled. We don't have a problem.
Problem. Na se pa se kada da no be wo on be ka se me twanu kakra
and we are not in favor of the I think this situation has gone on for a very long time, and I believe that we have opinion leaders in the community, we have politicians, and as a facility our mandate is only to take care of the sick that come to us. So we only plead to the powers that be, ECG, the politicians, members of parliament, to come together and restore power for us. We are only here to take care of those who are sick, our own brothers and sisters and those who live within the community. It isn't right that us doing this work, we go through such hardship. So that is my final word to them. They should please help us sort out this issue so that we can continue to preserve lives.
The Electricity Company of Ghana remains resolute that until the completion of its prepaid installation exercise and the safety of its employees guaranteed, it will not supply power to the people of Krobo. Residents of the area are also asking for the restoration of power before any form of engagement begins. This has been a special episode of Say Loud with me, George AC. Special thanks going out to my camera person, Richard Van Der Poy, my driver, Bright Boatin, and our correspondent here at Krobo, Mr. Michael Obete, for hosting us. Bye.
Ghanaian currencies through the ages.
Yes.
Okay.
So from the colonial period, we've had a West African currency, but you see that from the colonial period, 1920s onwards, we've also had an independence time when we had our own CD also coming into play. And over the years, the CD has changed faces until 2007, 1st July, when the very last one was regulated and changed.
I see. So these are like all the phases.
These are all the phases.
The currencies we used under the British colony.
Under the British colony.
And then
so when Ghana became independent,
and then afterwards.
The independence till.
Oh, see, the 2000 notes.
2000, yes. Now 20,000 is for 2 CDs.
Exactly.
The value is the same.
You know.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Right. And then we have some of the points here.
The points as well.
According to the Ghana Statistical Service in 2021, close to a third of the population between 15 and 24 were unemployed. At the same time, climate change confronts all of us with the need to adjust our way of going about things, also economically. Hence, greening the economy will be key to be able to sustain our future. A green economy needs a labor force with green skills. Employers need skillful personnel that incorporate an entrepreneurial and professional spirit. Hence, GIZ Ghana, through its Ghanaian German Center for Jobs, Migration and Reintegration, GGC for short, working on behalf of the German government, is once again pleased to collaborate with the Ghanaian government through the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations, Labor Department, Youth Employment Agency, and the AHK Ghana as well to organize such an all-important event in our calendar. The Ghana Job Fair is actually one of our signature events, supported by the GGC, and it targets young job seekers, entrepreneurs, technical, vocational artisans, amongst others, in Ghana with the aim of helping tackle unemployment and underemployment in the country, contributing to the upskilling of the labor force, and to provide a direct matching platform between job seekers and employers. This year's Ghana Job Fair, the Green Edition, is being organized under the theme Connecting Talents and Opportunities. By this theme, we aim to highlight the main service that the consortium of partners is providing through this event, the immediate and unmediated matching of groomed and trained job seekers with employers, as well as the provision of short trainings and quick skills upgrades to orientate on the needs of the labor market and contribute to the greening of the skills base in the country. We are organizing this year's Ghana Job Fair in 4 locations: Accra, Sunyani concurrently, and then again Kumasi and Tamale concurrently. Actually, it's 5 locations because we have to add the virtual location. In addition to the physical option to engage with us in these 4 cities, there's also the option to join us on the online platform, which makes the Ghana Job Fair 2022 again another hybrid event. I am extremely delighted to announce that this year, for the first time, the Ghana Job Fair is co-financed by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development and the Government of Ghana through its Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations and its Youth Employment Agency. We are very grateful for this development. Our key expectation is that the Ghana Job Fair would be taken advantage of by the young Ghanaians even more than before, by the students, be they students, recent graduates, national service personnel, or the unemployed in general. It is our hope and expectation that the Ghana Job Fair 2022 would help address some of the challenges that graduates normally face in their job search and to help train them in soft skills to enhance their chances of employment.
Just on the screen. And I'd like to mention again, September 12th, Monday, midnight, the link will be closed. I don't want to promise anything, but we have some freebies for some early registrants. So please don't be left out. Just try and go up there. Let's share the link with our friends and family so they can register. So the link will be on our Facebook page, Ghanaian German Center, on the GIZ social media handles, and then on the Labor Department Facebook page.
Them mom they have me a pardon. Girls for 14 years when you're menses. Obu anyo on any minute. The one anything one to man. And to scare the man there, you know, Bob will be an one top pad. Pad is just a boy a day.
Hello and thanks for joining us on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Ernestina Sewa Asante. Traders have bemoaned the rising cost of goods and services on the market. According to them, the rate at which the prices of goods and services keep increasing by the day has made living in Ghana a bit challenging. My colleague Stella Shanelly has the full report.
The Ghana Statistical Service has revealed that inflation for the month of July hit
31.7%. This means that this is the rate at which the prices of goods and services have increased. But we are in a Ghanaian market, the La Paz new market, to find out what the actual situation is on the ground and what factors have contributed to the price increases. In the last 6 months of 2022, the Ghanaian market has been hit by an increasing surge in general prices of goods and services, a situation that has been attributed to the Russian-Ukraine war and the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Vegetables now turn just last month and as the last 2 months, now prices net the same.
Oh, vegetables am turn ya chepa. Na vegetables am turn vitamin turn a year. But on say to me nyano obey 2 million. Gi pepper na wo form kama. Nyima nyina. But be why fancy be 6 months in a year. Ye kwa untumi kura. Ibo ye din gi pepper cabbage. Enya sam koso oba no sika nyina asa. First gi be fancy be 4 months in enu. Na ye to se basket we nu. Etim ton be 40 cedis. Say half na ye ton 40 and say 70 cedis. The times in 30. It will talk by 30 time and son. There's a one common. The Obanyano Aquadim. First, I made it by 14. Between 21 city, yes, and 2 city. They say I'm 70 cities. I'm told about 2 city. And I'm about 1.5. There's a musical and a board one. Me ba, me turn is and they say about 2 city. Yes, 5 city. And if first about 1 city, no set quite be brave. There's any born I drink.
Imports have been a major contributing factor to the rise in inflation this year. Whilst the situation has been a result of the depreciating cedi, another factor has been the ban on exports by some producers due to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. One commodity that has been affected is oil.
Na anwano na 18. Sa abushun we mu about 22. Tembi abakobi ayetum. Tembi aba fiscal so me wodi amikoi anwan ni eto ne sei obakwa ne atum. Kosua kora de one kora de nasem kora de enwanwa. Kosua ye tan 12 cedis me ba. Ana kasia na 30 cedis. Enkitu akora wo so enkitu akona na 26. Kosua hwe fo man ka on fa bi on fa. Ana kora de ne kan bo fo kora. Wo ka mo sia duro ne bo ayden. Aburo bo odin. Edure edugumode ende ne bo ayden. Sem bebiri. Endi kosua se create na mte. Emi ko 35 kosua. Ketwa 28, 29. You see, me many bibia boy thing. Yes, so me mum pay for srewom. Yes, srewom. Man, ye man ko fom. Ye nya ho me kakare srewom. Ghana pay for man, ye man bu ne boy thing do.
Fuel prices have gone up by more than 50% in 2022 alone, pushing the cost of transport up. Traders have bemoaned the replaying effects of increased transport fares on the prices of their products.
Bruno, last month, net 12 cedi. They say na for fraban so monte so ye ne bo na bebi ejina na ejina. They say 14 cedis. Nto mo hwen no me bibi mai na say ne ma ne boye de. Ana beans no so. First ne turn 25. Last month 25 na ye ne so ye ko okrom ne boye de. They say 30 cedis. Ombo amonto. Wo ka de ebo akire obi na okọ. Oba ma akasasa onto. They say me nyina boye de. Nto mo tete so mai. Local rice no first no na ye to water no om de my 3 million and na ye kwa almost 4.2 entiminto local na kra boye de nche abrofo de ye no to muti local no so na ye entiminto bi na ye say local no so obi endi na abrofo de ye no so ne boye de first no ye to abrofo de bottle no 3 million and na ye kwa 3.5 4 million entiminto na ya beton. Because of the
rising cost of goods and services, some traders want to go out of business.
No kwenya me ne boye de pa me pe ko ma jaton e dem ko fan ko 29 cedis ya me bo na 5 cedis me de 1 cedi me de be 4 million kwa ko ma me nyonko me ton ani nyina adaka 4 million na me fa ton po no 40 e no 15 cedis e wa adaka ba ko nso enti ne boye de oba nso na fa abobo omo nsesa ma enti da adwuma na wo ye na wo hu na ni so wo hu adwuma wo ye na ni so Onkosia for na so much say ho no farm baby mo farm na mo di free ba na ho na ne bo no free. Omo say aduane na mo to man kokko no ne bo ye den. Eni ntire mba eba na so bia kan ye no. Ye ko se bia ni ma na akra na ye kwakofa. O baba na lolo fe no so baba na won fa so ni nyina lolo fe no ene kaya no ajefa nti adwuma na wo ye no an se woton da bia bako ne ato da bia bako ne ato nti ma enya fa so bia nti woton ade na no nwimi de se de se wonya na wo ma didi no wonya
For commodities whose prices depend on seasons, they have a different story to tell.
Say lorry fare transportation in your company din. Enya to transportation mu na aka bibia so okofa wo de begu ka mu anyway any e kwonto so a omo a okofa 100 na your commission 100 bia omo beje ye de beto ba yere so to ni be say bia 6 million na obetia commission first nanka e ba foforo na commission ye 22 Ghana 220 Ghana. But bano na commission so na so ye dey te na eba from. They say commission akodu 150 Ghana. And nkitu aba ye dey nkitu akra na e wo from. And so commission akodu 120 Ghana.
Now calls for the reduction and total scrapping of taxes on sanitary towels have intensified amidst the rising cost of products. But how far has that call gone?
Pardon, they say yes, near 10 city. And a president first never 5 city, say 8 city. Chaco wine never buy in the 12 city. Some on a day, never better make us some because some on the baby omutum. The beer, some on the beer omutum. The NIA did 2 city, no, they say 4 city. Say they did a crop at 2 city, just 3 city, can see a 6 city, 7 city. Then mom, they had me a pardon. Girls for 14 years when you're menses. Obu anyo on any minute, do anything one to man, and to scare the man, no, Bob will be anwa or top pad. Pad is just no boy a day. And to nip and Venice when you scan top pad, so befa boy. Obefa boy, boy need anya be and to us about so much when you scan. I'm a top pad. And also the news say, Baba. Tia mine at him, they say, I'm not a ding. Tora to cram for the any ball from Kura 15 city. The any ball from Kura. The any ball from Kura 15 city. Tia will for come on money because in the bay day. Because we told to know ye pad and we samana, or a caco 3 million. And then man to school was almost in double. Tia a feed ye, a bay day, pa, yet the uncle.
While many have called on the government to help matters by reducing fuel prices and other taxes, some people believe a collective effort by both citizens and the government will go a long way to solve the crisis.
They may make an say almost so many miles, but may fear home to poison a baby, so say near me boa bano. The say no money at home, a crabby better than that also. As I miss Casamé, the crab at me, because there be a to no mem, the mess Casamé, the air cost. And Tiania the tone for now was saying, never say, then near their boy, who, then you are money a bosom for beer better had nibi. And to no money a coffee by, then soon farm and fast one a musube brave. The antithesis say beer or beer bet me to be a honche, no man's bet me a tumpon. Me for beer and shabano. Then you are more boy who say any and Nippon Ghana for the answer Subaya, abiding to me your Shea. Tiania way of my moon, I was here to me there's a sign of your dream. Near to me, Barbara, pie bet me so any more money to me a tumpon.
Per the answers gathered from the folks here at the La Paz New Market, the prices of goods and services have gone up astronomically. According to them, this has been the highest rate that they've witnessed since they started doing business. They also say that Ghana's situation needs urgent attention. My name is Stella Shanelly for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you, Stella Shanelly for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, PURC has announced an increment in water and electricity tariffs. Electricity tariff was increased by 27.15%, whilst water tariff was pegged at 21.55%. According to PURC, these new tariffs will take effect from Thursday, September 1st. In a press statement cited by GhanaWeb, the Executive Secretary of PURC, Dr. Ishmael Aka, noted that in balancing the interests of service providers and consumers, the PURC acknowledged that the very economic variables that have occasioned the steep increases proposed by the service providers also affect consumers. The Commission added that some level of increases in utility tariffs were inevitable if the nation was to avoid another doomsday and its attendant effects, including job losses. The Commission therefore decided to increase the average end-user tariff for electricity by 27.15% and water by 21.55%, effective September 1st, 2022. He noted that these rates represented the positions of all stakeholders in the utility space in line with Sections 3C of PURC Act 1997, Act 538. The Ghana cedi has now been classified as the worst performing currency in the world after Sri Lanka's rupee. The survey by the international news organization Bloomberg has shown that the cedi came in the last but one place among other 150 currencies in the world in terms of performance since the start of 2022. Bloomberg said the results came after it tracked the performance of 150 currencies in the world. Since the start of this year, the Ghana cedi has suffered persistent depreciation against major trading currencies, especially the US dollar. The fall in the currency is due to the demand for forex as it overtook supplies during a period when high debt and low investor confidence made it impossible for Ghana to access the international capital markets for borrowing. As of July this year, the cedi lost its value more than 20%. The local currency is now trading above 10 cedis to a US dollar on the exchange rate market. Meanwhile, the Bank of Ghana has given the assurance that it is implementing measures aimed at addressing the fall of the cedi against major trading currencies. The monetary policy of the Bank of Ghana has increased the policy rate from 19% to 22%. This comes after an emergency meeting was held on August 17th to address the hike in inflation rates, which currently stands at an all-time high of 31.7%. The central bank in an August 17th statement said, under the circumstances and considering the risk to the inflation outlook, the committee decided on a 300 basis points increase in the monetary policy rate to 22%. It also said the latest consumer price index released showed that the headline inflation accelerated further for the 11th consecutive month to 31.7% in July 2022 from 29.8% in June 2022. This was driven by food and non-food price pressures. The producer price inflation for July this year has hit 41.2%. The Ghana Statistical Service has disclosed. The year-on-year producer inflation for all industries was 41.2% in July 2022. The monthly change rate was 1.9%. The manufacturing subsector recorded the highest year-on-year producer price inflation rate of 57.4%, followed by the mining subsector, which was 23.9%. The utility subsector also recorded the lowest year-on-year producer price inflation rate of 1.3%. Producer Price Index measures the average change over time in the prices received by domestic producers for the production of their goods and services. The newly established Office of the Registrar of Companies is now mandated public institution responsible for the registration of businesses in the country. This comes after President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo recently launched the ORC, which has been established by the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, and hived off from the Registrar General's Department as a separate financially autonomous office. A statement issued by the ORC and cited by GhanaWeb explained that the office will also regulate all types of businesses, entities in the country, phasing out the former functions of the Registrar General's Department. That's all for today. Thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. This program airs every Friday on the same platform. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Asamoah Gyan. Do have a lovely weekend.
We are back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. This place is where shea butter is made. It's a very popular place here in Tamale. I came here in 2020 and I'm back again because a lot of you requested that you wanted to see a video of how shea butter is made. I got here so late. It's almost 6 o'clock. I'm super excited. You all are coming along. I spoke to one lady and she said, okay, I'm going to do it for you since I'm late. So let's go. I hope you enjoy watching this video as much as I enjoyed being with you here. So let's go. Let's go. I'm so late today. It's currently 5:42, almost 6 o'clock. So I got here so late, but Auntie Abira is going to take me around. And if you haven't watched my previous video, when I came here, I showed the entire process of how shea butter is made. So yeah, I'm here again and I'm late. So let's hope we can get a lot to vlog. If not, I'm going to insert my past videos here. So let's go. The shea butter comes from kernels within the shea tree seed. After the kernel is removed from the seed, it is dried till there's no moisture in the seed. It is roasted and allowed to cool for some few hours. The seed is now grounded into powder here at the mill. This is how it looks like. Then they start the kneading process. The process of mixing is called the kneading process. They then mix the powder with water bit by bit to acquire the perfect texture. So because I'm late, this is what happens. They usually put the fresh, the dried shea into this container and grind it into a paste like this. This is how it looks like. They add a little water so it looks like this. So, yeah, I'm lucky, I'm fortunate. Auntie is here about to make one so that you can all see how it's done. So she has just started the process. After it's grinded into a paste, we are going to start mixing it into the water like this. Just added a little warm water. So I'm joining her to makes the shea butter. It requires a lot of strength from the upper part. On a normal day, you would have seen a lot of women here, but so this is how it looks like. Wow. So the water she just added is a little warm. Have you guys noticed that the color is changing from dark brown to a little lighter brown? Yeah. So as she keeps mixing it, the color keeps changing. So the color is going to change. The color is going to change till it turns to white, cream, like cream. Then they scoop the cream out. The cream is the oil. So that's it. Like, yeah, they are doing amazing. I really wish I had come here earlier. I would have been able to show you. Like, you see a lot of them working here. The last time I came, the whole place was full of women working, and they've been doing this for a long time. So yeah, it's really interesting to see. When you find yourself in the northern region, make it a point to visit, make it a point to come, show them some love. Guys, see, so you can see the oil floating on top of the water. So she's going to keep stirring till it turns very cream in color. So what you see on top is the shea butter and under it is the water. So yeah, that's how it's going. It's going well. I helped her and it's good. I mean, so she's done. So this is how it looks like after 20 minutes of mixing the shea butter with water. The shea. So this is the shea butter. So this is the most difficult part. After this, everything else is quite easy. The butter then rises to the top of the water, just as you've seen here. Then they collect all the butter out and boil to remove excess water. After this process, they now take it back there, boil it. As soon as they boil it, then the oil comes on top. So they pick the oil, and that is like organic shea butter. So this is one which has already been done. Since I'm late, this is how it looks like. After boiling, this is the final shea butter and is then transferred into the plastic containers or boxes. So this is the end product. This is how the shea butter looks like. So I'm buying this because I'm going by flight. I can't carry the big container. But yeah, she has. This is how, if you want it bagged, she will get it for you. Yeah.
Beauty soup. What about this one? The virgin soup. Virgin is plain shea soup. Okay. Plain shea. This has the same basic ingredient but with baobab powder added. Okay. It serves as an antibacterial.
Antibacterial soup.
Yeah. So virgin plain shea butter soup. We have neem soup.
What's neem soap?
Neem. We have neem added to the basic ingredient, shea butter and the coconut oil, or this is moringa soup.
Moringa soup.
It's supposed to be here, yeah. Moringa soup. They're all beauty products. And then we have henna.
It's time to go. Mission accomplished here. I have here my backpack. I'm going to rest. It's currently I've spent about 40 minutes here, and it's time to go. I'm going to rest and tomorrow leave Tamale to Accra. I hope you found this video helpful. Until next time on my next video, I love you all from Tamale. If you haven't watched the previous video, you can go back to my channel, watch it. I gave the full details of how shea butter is made. So yeah, that's how shea butter is made. I got mine, and yeah, the north is known for organic shea butter. Yeah, like it's handmade, raw from the shea fruit. So yeah, I hope you had a good time watching this video. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say thanks for coming along. So until next time, I love you all. Bye. Look at the beautiful sunsets there.
Someone dear to you can be very traumatizing. It's an experience a lot of people have never recovered from. The pain, anger, sadness, shock, and fear comes to play all at once. A lot more die in grief and depression. But while there is no rule on how to mourn a partner, can a society worsen the situation? When is the right time to bounce back and find love again? On this episode of Moans and Cuddles, we take a look at losing a partner and finding love again. I am Paula Amabroni. My guests are ready. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back to Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. So today's topic, I've got interest in it because at the age of 12, my father died, and it was a big blow to me. I watched my mom go through the grieving process, and then it wasn't easy. A lot more people have suffered same, but the thing has got to do with moving on after the death of the partner, because they say until death do us part. So a lot of people feel like, okay, you're moving on, it was too quick, you find love, sometimes it's hard to forget your partner. A whole lot of unanswered question when it comes to the death of a partner and moving on. So today, my guest and I are going to discuss how to go through the grieving process, how best society can help, and you as the victim, if I should say, when is the right time to know that, of course, I've healed, and when moving on to the next relationship, I'm not going to affect the innocent person who is just coming in to love me and be with me and support with me, or support me throughout the journey. So to me, seated on my couch today to do the discussion, I must say I'm honored to have counselor and life coach, Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Paulina.
You look like my father. There's a whole lot to Bridget I don't really want to talk about. The reason more I like you and connect with you, you look like my father.
Then God is sending me to you.
or you have seen the quasar father of yours.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah.
So pick a lot.
Thank you, Daddy, Uncle.
Right, whichever way.
Yeah. And I have here with me also Abba Sechiwa. Abba is the host of Urban Cross on Home Base TV. Abba is my classmate way back in GIJ. I love her. She's one hard-working woman and doing a lot for herself. Abba, good to have you on my couch.
I'm super excited to be here.
You're glowing.
Oh God, by the mercies of God.
God has been good. All right. So today, as topic, as we discussed, I told you earlier, we're just looking at the ways how best you can move on after the death of a partner, because it's a whole lot. The pain, the grief, the anger. Sometimes you are just angry. It's been 15 years. I lost my dad. I could just imagine if he was a partner. And sometimes I get angry, like really. Father's Day, I cannot even stand it. It's a whole lot. A lot of people don't know how to handle grief and then the loss of a loved one or family. So, Uncle Dumata, I want to find you out. Can someone ever fully recover from the death of a spouse?
Thank you so much, and greetings to your viewers. But prior to the details of your question, I want to make this analogy. If all of us know what we are in marrying, we will be able to understand what we are in. Because we don't know what we are marrying, that is why we are marrying. So anybody who gets into the marriage terrain is prepared to embrace all the unseens. And when the unseen become unseen, that is marriage. So the loss of a partner, nobody sort of will think and dream about it, but it will happen. If it does happen, Mom, you ought to move through to 3 stages. The first stage is availing yourself to accept it. That it has happened. There is nothing you can do. He or she is no more. Accept it. And it will take you a while. Accepting it is the hallmark of your renewal. If you deny it, you pretend and you fake your whole demeanor for the entire marriage or after the marriage. Then, when you accept it, you come to where you are now going to face the real you. So as you were talking, you never accepted the fact that Daddy is gone. But it is when you have settled to the point, then the real you will come. I call it the you in you. You should always seek for the you in you. That is where you hit yourself and say, hey, this is who I am. If you don't get to that level, you'll still be living in denial. Then from there, you can now move in developing the tomorrow of you. So it's a whole process. But when it comes with a shock. It comes with, I least expected this. It comes with, what next? It comes with, what is really going to happen? How am I going to even live my life? So you live in some kind of a wishy-washy sort of situation of your life. But you see, that is what makes you a human being. But again, when this thing happens and the God factor is not in you, you can become somebody else. So the God factor as God being the center of you, knowing that it is for a reason that Daddy or Mommy or whoever had left. You can fight it. You are asking this question because people are fighting with it. Why me? Why not them? Now that I'm about to enjoy my marriage, and then what is happening? When you start doing that, you'll be living in serious denial. It's a shock. Nobody sort of dreamed to have that. But it has happened. And I will say this, and I'll say it also here, that there is nothing that happens that there is no reason. There is always a reason for something to happen. Now, we being human beings, our role is to search for that reason. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you new. If it has not happened, you will see the ingenuity in you. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you innovative. You start. If Abba was here, I would have done it. Now Abba is not here. What do? You start. Become innovative and become creative. And you tend to come to a point and realize that, hey, after all, it's good. Oh, now I've understood. When you get to that stage, that is where you are living your life. But as to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice. Don't let anybody push you. You were saying earlier that, oh, somebody was just in there and almost 2-3 weeks, he has gone for another one. It might be that it was hanging. And so he was just waiting for
the right
a lead word and a bump.
Some people, to some partners, at their point of death, they're like, they make you promise that, see, no matter what, you're going to move on because they know they are gone. Some people will tell you that those who have the time, maybe it's out of sickness and all that. But about someone will say, I lost a husband, I lost a wife, it hasn't been a year, maybe it's been years, but we all say it's easier said than done. When you are faced with it, you know your God, you're a Christian, you know that there's life after death, but you've been hit with this reality. How would you go through the process? Counselor had said that, but from your point of view as a woman, how would you go through the process?
So first and foremost, I might say that I'm really excited to be here with Counselor.
Yeah.
You know, when I was in the reception and I saw him walking, I'm like, God, you have a way you do your things and you show off. And that's just what I was saying when I was sitting there and I just took my eyes off. I'm like, I'm just praising God right where He is. So the truth is that the Bible says that all things work for the good of them that love the Lord and are called according to His purpose. So sometimes, like you were saying, I lost my biological dad 10 years ago. And after, I lost my stepdad. Now, after, you know, once you lose your dad, there's this dad that traditionally from the family, it'd be like, this is your father, so this person will take care of you. So after my dad died, a year after he died, so I had to ask a lot of questions. I'm like, God, why? Because growing up, I didn't get the opportunity to stay with my biological dad. So all this while, I'm like, okay, when I'm getting married one day, I'll let my stepdad know that I'm really appreciative of what he did for me. And now, bam, he's gone. What am I going to do? But it was the knowledge of God in me that saved me. And so if you watch my post on Instagram, on Facebook, every time I keep mentioning Jesus, because I got to a point in my life where I realized that at that point in time there was nothing anybody could say to me
that could heal.
It's at a point, it's like I'm speaking to you and you are trying to say things to calm me, but it is not working. I have been through too much for this thing to happen to me. So at that point, that is when as a Christian you learn to rest on God. You learn to rest that, like Uncle said, God has a reason why everything happens. Sometimes you don't know it immediately, but after some years, you sit and you're like, okay, so this happened. Not to say that you losing a partner or a relative is good. It has its own, you know, backlashes and all that. But it teaches you. I once told my friend that what experience will teach you, there is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone. And so if you watch even people who are divorcees, when they tell you something like, why are you saying this with so much passion? The person has gone through it. You understand? And so first and foremost, how to deal with it, have a good cry. Scripture says that, and Jesus wept. And there's a difference between weeping and crying. There's a difference. Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine. You can have a whole lot of things going on with a lot of things going on with you. Have a good cry. Cry till you know that, oh, I think now it's okay, and you know, you understand, because at that point there's nothing anybody can tell you. And as to you going for another partner there and then, Uncle said he leaves it to you, but I'm saying
we'll delve more into that. But recently, was last year in August, my childhood friend, she lost her father, and I called her. I told her, I know a lot of people have told you, you'll be fine, it takes time. But take it from me, you know I also lost my father. And I just put in 1 or 2 words, and I told her time will heal. For now, she should just mourn and let herself go and all that. Usually when someone is in that state, when you lose your husband or wife, it seems like everybody has got to say. And then when you mourn them in your own way, maybe at a time you don't even want to eat, you don't want to hear anything, you just want to be alone. Everybody thinks that they've got to say that, okay, this is how best you can do it. But you are not me, I am not you. How How best can family, friends, and even the society at large help someone who is going through that difficult time?
Paulina, I would say, when it happens like that, almost everybody wants to show how close they are to you. Everybody wants to feel a certain vacuum that you cannot have. And so they are not more or less imposters, but they are trying to say that we are still with you, quote unquote. But that is why there is a hearing and listening. So who do you hear? Who do you listen? So you will hear all of them, but you should have those you will listen to.
Okay.
This is where you need to draw your line. And this one calls for real maturity and wisdom from God. Because if you are going to listen to everything, you get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them. You raise your voice. You do those things. But choose who you listen to and choose who you hear. The hearing, everybody will say it to soothing you. But which one do you listen? And that is where you pick your choices from.
All right.
If you don't do that, you will always become like, look at what she's doing. Look at what he's doing. We are empathizing with you, sympathizing with you, and look at the way you are behaving. They will ward you off.
So, Uncle, at that time, when someone is just don't know how to control their emotions, should you step back a bit? And how understanding can you be? Because some people don't understand, like, okay, you cannot do this alone. You want to help.
Contain. That's why you're doing the listening. All right? Sorry, the hearing. But contain it. You see, when it happens like that, you start warding people off. They get hurt.
Yeah.
Because they want to get closer to you to lift you up a bit. But you're giving a different interpretation to it.
All right.
And that is why they will say, are you too? All right? So they will also stay back. Then at the end of the day, you become a loner. The only person left. And that your grief compound itself. So contain. And make sure that, oh, they are doing this because they want me to feel they are there, they are around me.
All right.
So you need to be able to condition yourself. You will not hear too many good things. But as I said, sieve through the listening to the hearing proper. That will help you. But that the people around you will always show that we sort of empathize with you. Don't embrace those who sympathizes with you. When you are in grief, be careful.
Right.
Don't always receive sympathy, because much more sympathy deepens your grief. I'm telling you. But then when you empathize with them, it lifts you up. So you told your friend that you also lost your father. Oh, really? So is that how? And you have been able to oh, wait, then I can also. So you are trying to empathize yourself. Don't receive sympathy. When you do that, you break down.
All right. Well noted. Now, in the case where a woman loses her husband to sickness, maybe sometimes they just don't die. Maybe you go through a lot. You have to be with them, stick by. It's a whole lot. Now, from where I come from, as Anakan, when your husband dies, you're supposed to mourn him, and you have to wear the black cloth for a whole long year. Yes. Now, people have come out to say, see, we are going through a lot. Adding the black clothes wearing every day, it doesn't help with situation. So Abba, are you in for the whole thing? Should we continue with the one whole year, or please we can breathe in our own way? I can wear my colorful clothes, go to work, because imagine me coming to work as a journalist all the time, and maybe God forbid it will happen, but let's say I lost my partner.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. And coming to work in black, it doesn't help. It doesn't even uplift me. Imagine me sitting on this set all the time wearing black. It's like you caging the person. Do you think that it's about time we cut short the whole duration of mourning your husband for a year, and then the black cloth things that come with it?
Okay, so formally I'll say yes, but I came to understand that it has to do with the individual. Because when I lost my dad, my stepdad, my mom was wearing this whole black stuff. In fact, when she got like 8 months, we were like, Ma, now there's been changes. 6 months is fine. And she's like, there be Abba. Oh, Papa, no, yeah, they don't met waso. So it has to do with that particular person, the individual. Or maybe how you wear with the person will decipher as to whether you wear it for a long time or not. And also, if the person is young, or let's say I'm in a working environment and I'm always coming in black, it sort of raises an eyebrow. People who don't even know would want to know why, and so sometimes they'll be like, oh, I don't want to wear black and blah blah blah. But with the individual, probably I want to mourn my husband. People have, you know, diverse ways they do their things, and so they'll say, I want to mourn my husband. I want my husband to know. I don't know if by then, if you are dead, you would know or not. You know, we Africans, we have ways of doing things that are sometimes interesting. So my mom says, oh, I'm going to wear this black because your dad was good to me, blah 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 blah. But I think after 6 months it's fine. Because at a point, and after my mom wore the black stuff for I think a year, all the stuff you wore during that period, you have to dash it out. Because I think it has a way of telling you you are done with the person, you've parted ways with the person, blah blah blah. And if you ask me, I'll say I really don't get the link. Like, what's the link between wearing black and showing the person you really love the person? But my mom would say there's someone, I also know of one other young lady who wore it for like 6 months, not because she didn't like her husband, but at a point, like you were saying, she would have to go to work and change her clothes, and sometimes she was tired of it, and so she went to church and then she performed all the necessary rites. Well,
by the way, when my dad too passed, my sister mourned him by wearing black clothes for a whole year. That's for her dad, not her husband. Yeah. That's your sister. So a lot happened. As you said, it depends on how you relate with the person. Right. The conversation is getting very interesting, but as we said, we are looking at ways we can help people who are going through the grieving process, and how that society, friends and family can help such a person. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Moans and Cuddles continues. Welcome back. This is Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. Now, Paula,
I don't want to cut you. I just want to add something to what you asked.
Yeah, before we went on the break.
You see, it's about honoring, and it depends on the relationship you were having before the death.
Okay.
If it was a deep, connected, cleaving sort of moment that the two of you cannot separate yourself, you speak the same language, it's a bit difficult. Because the person still hangs around. The spirit of person hangs around, and it takes a while. Because when I'm calling, it's still hanging to see, have I left properly for you? Is everything all right? Still watching. That is why you do that black thing, for the person to realize that I am in mourning. So as to the duration, as he said, it depends on the person in question. But the issue here is that it is honoring and making sure that you are no more with me. That's why you do it for that period. But again, never today, technology is coming in and you guys are working and all of that. Yes, you still need to do.
Imagine a husband or a wife who was very abusive and who didn't treat you well. Absolutely nothing. And then who say we can say Aduma and I say.
And when I'm coming back on it, that is what I'm coming there. You see, when the relationship is so solid, that's fine. But where it was, you know, that question mark thing,
I mean,
everywhere
you
promote.
That's exactly what they say.
I think scripture, Genesis chapter 38, there was a man in there who was with a woman, his wife. And he didn't, for want of a better word, meet with, in the scripture they use the word meet with his wife properly. And so anytime they meet, he doesn't put the right liquid in the right. So at a point, the Bible says that, and God killed him. If you are in a relationship with your wife, or you both are married, and then once you marry, you guys become, and so if you marry and then you decide, oh, I'm married but I'm still single, I'm going to do things that pleases only me, remember there's a third person in there. It's not just for we Christians, it's not just two people that married person up there. He really decides what goes in there. So if you are doing something and then it happens that, oh, you've been doing this and then God kills you, what?
Yes, it's true. You see, even at that sort of situation, the relationship being sour, everybody will see. Everybody will see that you are pretending, you are being hypocritical, you are hiding. Everybody will see.
Yeah.
Because your real relationship was not real. So you are even rejoicing internally to yourself. So instead of you to go through the 8 months, Mommy, you're not crying. Mommy, you are eating.
Yeah.
Why are they asking those questions?
My mom didn't take meat for, I think, months.
Decision and the choices you make, that is what it means.
All right.
So if you want to live longer, it's said it's not the one that tickles every second, every minute. No, but it is about how you holding on to make sure that, oh, if he couldn't do this, then I will complete it.
So with the whole having to encourage friends and loved ones who are going through the grieving process, with me just didn't know how about the life after death whole thing. But when is the right time to say what? Because you might be giving me encouragement that, you know, that is not what I want to hear right now. I know God gives and God takes. How can you be?
It is the spirit of wisdom.
That's right.
There is nothing that